Hello. Good to see you all. Y'all can't hear everyone talking yet because we haven't officially started yet. We're going to be starting soon. Yes, I know you don't hear anything. Actually, hold on. Can I... Wait, yeah, is it Ling or Lin? Ling, okay. All right, so y'all can see my character here. I'm playing a red-crested skink. I have a red-crested skink oracle is what I am playing. It's good to see y'all, by the way. Really appreciate y'all being here. Hopefully y'all enjoy sharing this experience. I'll talk with y'all as I can, but like for the most part, I don't want to interrupt. Well, I'll type to y'all because I don't want to interrupt the experience. Spoonblader, thanks for the year of support. Holy shit, thank you so much. Have I practiced my Skink accent? I have been practicing a bit. I'm still a little rusty at it, but we'll see what happens. Are y'all ready for Teataka? Teataka. Surprised I didn't use one of the avatars from last night. Well, you know, I don't want to scare the other players. Nice. Does anyone have any particular thing they need to do before I turn the audio on so chat can hear what's going on? Cool. I'll let y'all in, chat.
All right.
When do I get my chocolate on? Very, 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 very far in the future, assuming I don't die.
I'm gonna put
which is a very distinct possibility because I have one fate
book
point
in my inventory, but since they don't have a blank one, I'm just gonna put art in there.
Because I was super greedy.
I wonder.
I took the blessing of Sotek instead
there's a little edit button on
another
the
fortune
right
point
side.
and another resilience point. In retrospect, I should not have done that. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Because I only have the one fate point. Oh, Jigs, that's super nice of you to say. I really appreciate that. That's an old campaign.
I don't know, that trapper is a little sus.
I'm not gonna say I didn't make this joke inside my head, but yeah.
Well, I mean, when the random character generator name gave me Simon Susserman, it's like I'm keeping that last name.
Yeah, for sure.
I still think it's funny that the Norskin names in the book for the random generators, 3 of them are just our friends' names.
Well, Icelandic friend names.
Well, yes. They would still be friends. Why did we need to distinguish that they were Icelandic? Does that make
Because
them
you
less
have-
friend?
You
Does
have a
that
lot
make
of
them
friends.
more friend, Victor?
Yes.
Or less, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Well, I mean, it would help,
No.
because if your Nicaraguan friends might not have the same chance of having...
Need a skink voice changer? God, that
Icelandic
would make my life
names
easier.
that
But
would get
I will be
associated
trying
with
to use a
the
fancy voice
Midden-
when I can.
Or the Sea of Claws book.
What is small?
So,
give
as
me?
a joke, I'm making
Whoops.
the item her personal journal, and the joke is the description where it just says thoughts and prayers.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Let's see.
Get it? Because it's useless.
Oof.
Oh boy.
If smaller. Okay, so I get a plus
I
10
hope the
bonus
chat
to hit.
didn't actually hear that.
That would have been a perfect way to open up the book. Welcome to the stream.
Oh my god, I don't know what I was thinking, taking a red crest instead of an extra fate and resilience point, but I'm sticking with my bad decision.
Choices.
Oh no, the consequences.
The only thing you need to do is not die.
Yeah, not die when I'm small and activate Death Blow on anything bigger than me.
On the bright side, that could mean you could play every kind of Lizardman man.
I like the way you think, Ben. I will die and come back at something bigger.
As soon as we get to Lustria, you can change characters as many times as you want.
This
Amazing,
is
our
also
skink
a
friend
threat.
died and a new one showed up the next day. Just right out of the spawning pool.
Identical.
Must be this great plan he's always talking about.
Instead of being Akai, it's like Bikai, and you can go to the whole
best
alphabet
part.
of like
Yeah.
Zikai.
Okay, yeah, this is Tapikai, this is Tatsikai, this is Tatikai.
Exactly.
The best part is it could just be me randomly finding lizards in the forest and bringing them with us.
You can't keep bringing Lizardmen back to the camp. Watch me. Watch me.
Hey, Storyteller, can I take a stroll and like adopt a random skink? Yeah, sure.
All right, so while we're kind of in the intro stuff here, I'm going to just really quickly say for my own sanity, hello everyone, welcome to the stream, all that stuff. This is probably going to be the last time I address y'all specifically. Otherwise, I'll be typing to y'all.
Wait, did they hear us?
Yeah, they can hear us. But
that's how streams work.
real quick, just want to introduce everybody that's in here, so y'all are like, who the hell is talking? But you have myself, Loremaster Sotek. I'll be playing Tehatakai, the red-crested skink oracle. We also have NornQueenAlexis. If you want to introduce your character real quick.
Oh, I'm playing Ashling, a human nun of Shalia, and she's completely level-headed, thinks everything through, and is very caring.
Yep, definitely sounds like a nun that would willingly go to Lustria.
Yes. Well, she has to save the people of Lustria because her god told her to, I think. Or she hallucinated. Or she hit her head.
Next we have Victor, do you want to go next?
Greetings. My name is Viggih. I will be playing the role of Egon Hofmeister, a Middenheim broker. That's it.
Cool. And then Ben.
Well, I'm Ben or Kebblem. I'm playing Berard Susserman, a human trapper.
And then of course, the one, the only, the lords of these lands, our new GM.
Hello, my name is Satyr, and I'm going to be the storyteller for this Lustria adventure.
Woo!
And Chad, if I need to
Yeah.
make,
Let's see how many survived the first trip.
yeah. All right.
That's what
Cool.
fate points are for.
That's the last time we have to acknowledge chat. I will now put them in their box.
Oh,
Go
I'm
away,
gonna
chat.
keep-
No one likes you.
I'm gonna keep reading the chat because I am curious and I
Yeah, that's
love
fine.
you
Oh yeah,
guys.
feel free to like type to them and stuff. I'm just not gonna talk to them.
Wow.
My ego
Rude.
demands it. Very well. We all ready? Real quick?
I
Yes.
agree. You can't silence them.
Let's go. So we shall begin this adventure not in Lustria yet. We shall begin in the great city of Salzenmund. We begin in a bit of a cinematic view. We see the city from up top, the great Salton Lake, different districts of Salzenmund rising from the ground with this here display of human and empire ingenuity from the different boats and people living their lives in this almost like shaping of the wildlife through sheer will, which may be a little thematic for our game. We begin very, very high as we pen out a little bit more up to a point where the people and the horses and the ships become the size of ants as we see this like gigantic castle, this white castle with red tiles. And as if a bird, we dive down deep to a shiny warehouse. A very well kept one. Warehouse number 07. And we are on the outside of it, kind of perching on a tree on the outside, as we see someone talking to a couple of very burly guards, some kind of protectors of this warehouse. Victor, would you like to describe your character to us as you are bargaining your way to the warehouse to have your meeting with your
Indeed.
boss?
You see a average height man, about 150 pounds, although he barely wears that on his frame. His hair is light brown, his eyes are blue, but he's probably the ugliest son of a gun in the vicinity. But he seems very consistent in his attempt to get past the two burly men, and says, "Come on, fellas, you know me. I've talked to Dag how many times now?"
They kind of look at each other and they kind of look at you back, and they say, "Hey, look, I get it, okay? But like, it's the middle of the day. You know the boss. You know this kind of business is not for the middle of the day. You know."
I know, but well, is he busy or is he busy?
You see one of the two guys. They kind of look at each other. Very burly, like Norse heritage kind of guys. A bald head, a little bit of a beard, muscular beyond belief. They look at each other. Look at you. One of them kind of goes like, "Hey man, you got that medicine for my sister, so I'll see what I can do. Okay, just hang on."
Hey, I'll even owe each of you a favor. How's that?
They kind of look back at you and they laugh and says, "Okay, we're bargaining the big chips. Okay, look, just no matter how much you owe me, if the boss doesn't want to, he doesn't want to. So let me just check that out. Okay."
He leans onto a nearby crate, very nonchalantly, trying to look inconspicuous, failing badly. His eyes keep darting towards the Steinhafen, which is slightly across from the Ormsdeep.
You see that the one of the guys, he assumes like his almost like a guarding position as he's kind of like also leaning against a crate, which you know because you've been here. There's like a giant blunderbuss and an axe that are kind of hidden to the side. Just kind of there looking around, and the other one goes back, kind of knocks on the door, enters the warehouse, has a bit of a brief conversation, and afterwards he opens the door and leaves it open and just gives you like a head nod to get in.
He hurries quickly into the door.
The door quickly shuts behind you, and you're you enter to the like more administrative side of the warehouse itself. You see a bunch of desks of reddish wood, a lot of like books of accounting and papers. You know that despite his very real position, this is the face he wields for society. So this is a very well-kept place. This is kind of almost a beautiful, as bit of a warehouse as it can be.
Indeed, this is the face of Dag Olhauser, upstanding citizen of Salzenmund.
You see, patron of many arts and of many
Indeed.
churches. You see that he's like having a conversation with two halflings. You see that are his accountants. You see he's kind of discussing business, and they are very much like one of them is a lawyer, so he's from the dark side of business, and the other one is just an accountant for the lighter side of business. And he's kind of talking to them.
Egon shoots finger guns at both. Hey.
They look with just despising you, and just
Egon flashes his like ugliest smile. His teeth are incredibly crooked.
And Dag just gives them a wave and says, I believe it's lunchtime, lads, so you can clear the room. The two of them kind of gather their books and go outside. They're discussing some kind of prosciutto they're gonna eat on the way out. The door closes.
Without wasting a single second, Egon launches into a spiel and says, Dag, there's 5 ships in the Steinhaven right now. I need to be on one of them.
He kind of takes a second, comes to you, puts a hand in your cheek. All right. Very well. Why don't you sit down and we can have a conversation about this, okay?
Egon sits down on the first chair he sees. It's not even the one facing a single desk.
When someone asks me such a request, it is usually out of a very real sacrifice with oneself. So I will ask you this, and I do need you to answer me honestly. Did you fuck me over?
Egon is slightly taken aback at this, since he has no idea what Dag is talking about, and says, as far as I'm aware, the man has no idea I'm here.
Did you take something from me?
No.
Right. Because when one such as you asks me for a favor that will take them thousands of miles away from me, the first belief that I have is that you're trying to screw me over. Not that I think you would. You're an honest fellow, as honest as you can be.
Not as honest as you.
He gives you a smile at that. Just takes a second too long to answer. He says, yes, very well. I can get you passage on the ship.
Egon visibly sits up straight when Dag agrees to his request.
Do you understand that this is not an unconditional
I mean,
allowance?
I can get you a souvenir from the New World if you want.
I am hoping you can do more than that.
Well, name it. And if I don't make it back, well, then you never have to see my ugly mug again. He grins at that one.
Have you heard? He stops for a second and he looks at you and says, "Egon, answer me this: can you read?"
No.
Okay, that's gonna be a little bit more of a problem, but regardless, have you heard of the reflection taxation?
The what now?
I'm not gonna get too much into politics because I do not think that you either care or are able to understand the finesse of it. But the Galse, now our Lord and Savior,
Praise him.
praise be him, long may he reign, has introduced a taxation recently, not only for a lot of the mines, but also of the findings, called the reflection taxation. Anything that can be that a light can be shined upon, and that reflects light, has a taxation on it. Pretty hefty one at that.
They call me a criminal.
Well, you're not in power, so
Sure.
you're one of those criminals that can be taken by the law. But that is a very interesting thing, because not only that affects a lot of the mines that exist here, it will also affect this business that they're going to be introducing overseas. A lot of individuals that I have talked to that are part of this mission are not too keen on this service of taxation, and therefore they're going to be wanting to avoid that. And
Egon. Oh, go ahead.
And I need a figurehead for that.
What the hell do you want me to do? Egon is now well and truly confused as to what's happened. He kind of betrays that he has no idea where the ships are going, other than the New World, and what exactly their purpose is.
All you need to know is that people will want to bring back possessions from the New World, and they don't want to pay taxes for our Lord and Savior Galser, but they will have to bring them here, and I don't think they're going to be able to use a rowboat to bring them here. From time to time, boats will be sent from the Old World to the New World and then back, bringing and carrying supplies, whatever they can find in the New World, or for whatever reason they're going to that horrible place. They are nobles, the ones who are in charge of this expedition. They're not going to be loading the crates themselves. So that means that we can, and I need you to focus on my eyes right now. They're going to need stevedores to carry the crates from the docks to the ships. They don't know how heavy those things are. And all of them are going to be unloaded here in Salzenmund. So if something from the New World finds its way into a crate that was supposed to be full of, I don't know, flour, and arrives here, they will never know, but we will, because we are going to be the ones loading and unloading the crates. Do you get what I'm coming from? Do you understand the objective of this conversation?
Without putting too fine a point on it, you want me to smuggle back, well, stuff you don't want taxed, I think.
Exactly. But people don't want taxed. Your job is going to make sure that people that want to smuggle can smuggle back things. I need you to find a structure. I need you to find good men to work under you. And I need return from this voyage, because there's going to be a lot of gold roaming around. And I think that would be a good opportunity for us to get that gold. And considering that if you gave your name to one of the ships, you would be hung on sight when they do their very basic background check for people that are going on this voyage, I do think that this pays for whatever passage costs that would be. Do you agree?
Well, Egon holds out his hand and says, "Deal."
Whatever. And he shakes your hand.
Shake, shake, shake.
He grabs a little bit of a small box, almost like a lockbox, and hands it to you. And as you open, you see some very basic documentation and what seems to be a very legit guild license for Stevedore, for the Stevedore's guild.
Whoa. This thing legit?
He kind of shakes his shoulders, says, "It will be enough for you to take the voyage, and it will be enough for you to present it to the Guild of Stevedores and work as one as you arrive there."
Oh, perfect. All right. I can do it.
I am not going to bother you with numbers, but I do expect a return from your voyage. Not of you, but of money. So, as soon as you can begin operations to smuggle some material here, do as you wish. And I will allow you to keep whatever profit you are able to make from this smuggling operation. It should be enough to keep you hidden and pay whatever bribes you need to pay to keep it hidden from the local authorities. I don't believe Ludov Kohler is going to be too happy if he finds out what's happening.
Who?
That's more than what you need to know. Just, you can keep the profit, use it to pay bribes, normal stuff.
All right. And with that, Egon slaps Dag on the shoulder and says, "You're not going to regret this." And he makes his way for the door.
He kind of stops you for a while, and he says, "I have a tradition, boy, and you will follow it."
Oh?
He grabs a bottle of Bretonian brandy, serves in 2 small cups, and gives you one, like almost a little bigger than a shot cup. He gives it to you and says, "It's going to be lunch. Eat with me for this business that we have concluded. And meanwhile, would you mind telling me why you're going?"
Do you mind if that conversation just fades to black?
Actually, it's not going to fade to black, but it is going to zoom out as we go perch back into this like bird's eye view, and hopping from branch to branch, we move to a little monastery. We find ourselves in this beautifully built but still very humble abode. We see a bunch of children playing. We hear the sound of the waves crashing against the coast. And on the inside, we hear the prayers of the faithful. We hear the mumbles of the ungrateful, and we also hear just the moans of the unhealthy as we peer inside this little temple of Shalia. Leaving one of the rooms, it's the beginning of the day, having just like taken a bit of a shower, praying their morning prayers. Alexis, would you please describe your character to us?
Okay. So, Ashlyn is a rather short, 5'4" woman. She has blue eyes that occasionally look a slightly bit off color, Like they're like almost blue-green. She is young at the age of 24. She is rather gifted in the chest region. This is important because she is seen as beautiful to most of the injured, in quotation, people who constantly try to see her. When this happens, she is very quick to get one of the elders for a very, very, very subtle yet disciplinary treatment for them. Ashlyn is an excellent healer. She listens to the voice of her god and her mothers around her, and yeah. She wants to seek adventure.
As you leave your room, you have cleaned your hands, you have them kind of like held aloft, and you see passing by you and giving you a head nod, you see Mother Agatha von Dirch, which is the head priestess of Shalia here in Salzenmund, and your current mentor / tutor / head of the current temple you're in. And she passes by you, kind of gives you a nod, says, "Come on, have a lot of work to do."
Yes, of course.
And you see she kind of leads you to a little bit of an infirmary. There's a bunch of people. There was an encounter between the men of Salzenmund, one of the patrols of Salzenmund, and some Norscan raiders. A lot of the wounded have been brought here, and you see a lot of wounded people, a lot of people who have taken arrows and cuts and bruises. Not the worst people, but the people that are still recovering. And she kind of looks back at you, says, "Come on. We have one of these men has a broken arm. I will need your help to set it in place."
So many. What happened to these men?
She kind of like puffs and comes and says, "Come on."
Yes, of course.
And she kind of looks at him and says, at one of the soldiers that is on here, and she says, "Actually, could you talk to him very quickly?"
Yes, of course. She looks down at the person. You said, "Can I talk to them?" right?
Yeah.
Looks down at the person. "Hello, I am Ashlyn. I will be the one caring for you today."
You see this guy, kind of like a blonde hair, a bit of a beard, some burn marks on his chest, on his face and chest. He opens his eyes and says, "Oh, priestess, that's good. Where am I?"
Sorry, I was gonna say you're dead. But jokes aside, you're at the Temple of Shalia. We are here to take care of you.
Right. That's good. Where am I? And you can see the Mother Agatha kind of like picks his arm and gives you a nod, as like keep him talking.
What has ailed you? Why are you so injured?
We were attacked. It was a big ship. I can't feel my left arm. What?
We will tend to that.
And he kind of is dazing off, but then he focuses on you. And as he starts describing, like, we were on patrol, there was a big boat that kind of like locked into us. They boarded the ship, and as he's like into it, he starts like getting very excited about the details. You see Mother Agatha says, "Oh, thank you," and she twists his arm to put the bone back in place. And you hear, and he screams in pain. She puts the arm back around, kind of pats him in the face, and says, "Very well. next one. This one dislocated his shoulder, so I asked him
You'll
about
be
his family
fine,
or something.
I promise.
And she kind of like keeps going, and she basically does the same thing of like just keep him entertained as she starts kind of like teaching you how to reallocate people's shoulders and putting bones back in place. Putting bandages on people. After a while of doing this, you see she has been doing this for a long time. So after a while, it gets into this automatic feeling, and she looks towards you as she's tending to a guy. She's like trying to pick out the piece of like the end of an arrow from inside a wound with like a knife, and she's looking towards. As she's doing that, she's looking to you, and she's saying, "You said you wanted to talk to me, dear."
Yes. I had a vision, a gift, if you will.
Oh, that's wonderful. Just a second. And she grabs a piece of sharpener. The guy screams in pain, and she's like, "Shush."
Should
And
we not be more gentle with them?
oh, sure, we could. And she looks towards the guy. Would you like me kindly to take the sharpener out of your leg? The guy kind of like, just let me die, please. He's like,
We can't do that.
No, can do. See, it's useless. They always say that. And she starts scraping the wound again. You see, people, we know way better than these people what to do. You said a vision. Oh, that's wonderful, dearie. What was in your vision? What was there?
A land, a forest, a dense jungle as far as the eye can see. And people crying out for aid.
Oh. How did that forest look like? We had a couple missions in Drakvald if you want to go there.
No, this one was different. It was wet, and it was dense. There was life everywhere. Unlike anything I've ever seen. I've seen many a forest, but this one, I don't know the words to describe it. And there were these creatures, large.
Scaly.
Yes, like snakes. But not. I don't have much to recall off of this, but I believe Shalia was telling me to explore this new land.
She stops what she was doing, kind of like looks to you, and you can hear the soldier kind of like, oh, thank the gods she has stopped. And as she looks to you, it says, oh, dearie. That is a powerful vision. It is a sign of much to come. But it is also a worrying one. I have never been to, but I know what lands you speak of. Come, dearie. Would you help me
Should
clean
we
my
not
hand?
watch this? The guy's bleeding.
Oh, he's fine. She kind of grabs like a mush of herbs, like a leaky mush of herbs, like green and purple, puts it in the wound and just like jams it in. And the guy screams and then stops, and she says, "Look, the pain has gone. He's fine." And taps, and you see he's unconscious, by the way, as she keeps walking.
I think he's in shock.
Oh, sometimes people are very shocked of how good we are. It happens. You'll get used to it. And she keeps walking.
Sorry.
She gets to like a side room. They're fine. She gets a side room, and she starts cleaning her hands. You see this like, Shalian priestesses have a good understanding of like hygiene. So they are.
I'd assume so.
Yeah, so they have this like almost like side of the lake that falls down on a tap on which they clean their hands. And you see she kind of kneels down to the ground and starts washing her hands. And she says, I believe your vision is a true vision, not only a dream. And I think I know of what place you speak of. But this, I must say, this is a dangerous journey.
No, but I have Shalia's blessing. Surely it cannot be that dangerous.
She gives you a very soft smile. With a clean hand already, she kind of like pinches your cheek a little and says, You're young, and that's good. Those with the folly of youth are those more predisposed to follow the true words of the gods.
Yes.
And she kind of goes to the side and says, Oh, there are some ships that have arrived in the harbor. I don't know if you saw them. There was a very big one, great galleon on the shore.
The overcompensator.
You see, she gives you a laugh and says, "You shouldn't say that in the halls of Shalia." But yes, they overcompensate.
Oh,
I
sorry.
can because I am the headmistress, so I can say that, but you can't. It's like a video.
Sorry, the priestess of Raya told me that one.
I'll knock some sense into her one day, but now it's not the time. Anyway, that ship is the main ship for a mission that is going to be heading for the New World, specifically the south part of it. I have no idea what they're going to be doing there, but I have heard that it's going to be some kind of colony.
That must be it. I shall go to talk to the captain at once.
I can put in a good word for you. They have asked for members of our order to join this expedition. But I must warn you, before you make a decision, that it is a dangerous land beyond whatever you have heard and whatever you have seen. It is a place of poison and teeth. Not only that, it is a land where our most ancient enemies reside.
It sounds like a place that's in desperate need of Shalia's love.
She looks at you, and you can identify without even rolling intuition. She looks at you with love and pity at the same time.
I am blissfully stupid.
As I tell this to you, Alexis, as she looks to you as this is such a pure girl. She's gonna die.
Yep.
Doomed. And she kind of yes. Very well, very well. I am going to open up the opportunity for other pieces of our order to volunteer. I will organize documentation for you to board the boat. I believe that they will need healers. Members of our order are very well known for their capabilities, so I don't think you'll have much. I don't think you will have a hard time joining this expedition.
Perfect. I shall go gather my things.
She nods and says, "They will leave in the morning. I will make sure to talk to the captain and get a passage for you. Just be there by sunrise."
Of course. Thank you. She just runs off.
She kind of you see that you don't see this, but we see that she raises a hand to speak something to you, but then she just clutches her own hand, both hands over her heart, and just does a silent prayer.
She dead.
As you run off and you open one of the doors again, we open into the outside and we go towards a garden. This beautiful garden on the outskirts of a minor I would say even like a little bit of a manor. You all see this like this manor built of dark wood with this these red tiles on the top. It is still winter, so a lot of it is still covered in like very thick snow. But as the spring arrives soon, there's a lot of this like there's a lot of growth. There's a lot of like small animals that are starting to come out of their hibernation. And Kebblem, I am going to ask you to do a roll for me, if you don't mind.
All right.
Would you make an attack roll with your sling, please?
Instantly dies.
Fumbles and dies immediately.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
just
made it
in-
past character creation.
That's already a bonus. Just roll me an attack, please. Ooh. A small deer kind of like hovers, like goes out of a bush, munching on some latent grass, like some dry grass that's kind of survived a little bit of the winter. And from the shadows, there is a whoosh sound, and a stone knocks it on the head, and you can see as it staggers, another stone follows it very quickly, and you see the deer kind of falling on top, to the side, knocked out and dead. Captain, would you describe your character for us?
Berard Sussman is quite short, standing only slightly taller than the average dwarf. He has sturdy but very well worn clothing, and he stalks up to the fallen prey and examines his work with a nod of satisfaction as he scratches his stubble of a beard.
You see that as you walk up, you see your father next to you, a bit more well dressed than you. He still has a little bit more to prove at this point. As he walks up, he kind of like clasps you in the claps you in the shoulder and says, very good shot.
That was a good clean hit.
Well, I think your sister is going to be glad we have managed to not wound its head too much. I think this will make for a good decoration.
I think it will.
And he kind of like gestures to his shoulder and says, would you mind carrying it? My back are not what it used to be. It wasn't what it used to be.
Oh, of course. I will lean down, pick it up, legs over my shoulders.
You heave under its weight, and as you start carrying it, you see that your father, kind of like twisting his thumbs, he recovers the ammunition you both used, and he says, Your mother is worried. I wish to talk to you as we go back to her home.
Oh, of course. Is she doing better?
She is. But she's a little bit worried. And I cannot say that I truly blame her. Ever since your sister got married, you have enjoyed the ascension of our family, but you are growing older, and time has not stopped for either of us.
I give a big grin. I'm old, father. I'm a man now.
He
will
smiles.
shrug his shoulders to point out the animal they got.
He smiles and he kind of clasps you in the shoulder. He says, yes, your shoulders are even broader than mine when I was your age. Let me tell you, I was much younger than you when I started fighting. You know, I was... And he stops himself, kind of thinks. You have heard my stories many times.
That's the one about the beastman.
It is. The big horned one. The thing I'm worried about, my son, is that I have many stories to tell. I have hunted and tracked and trapped animals and creatures and monsters from here down to Visenland. I have stories of many old men to tell. And I am worried, as your mother is, that you are of age and you have no stories to tell.
Well, this one time, I hit this deer right in the head. And he's
Yes.
gonna look at the deer on his shoulder.
Yeah, yes, sir, that just happened. That's not a very.
It's
like-
gotta have a 6-pointer. He will gesture with the antler.
You see, he kind of looks down and says, he says to himself, I would say, like, you know of this, but your character hasn't heard. It's like, oh boy, this is gonna be it's gonna be hard. And he goes back and kind of like pats you on the shoulder again and says, yes, but the deer couldn't have killed you. You have not fed the hungry. You have not hunted the unhuntable. You have not clasped beyond the basic abilities of a child your age and size. Our family is a family of hunters. It's a family of trackers. It's a family that can track a lot of our achievements to the great imperial hunt marshals. And I would like for that to be the reality for you as well. I think it's time you left home, son.
Okay. How was Wissenland? I should at least go as far as you.
He looks forward, like thinking about it, and he says, well, it's very hard to compete when you're using a sling or a bow against a person that has like a cannon or a rocket. So it was a land of high competition, I would say. But nevertheless, there is a mission that is looking for volunteers, son. And I think your abilities are well suited for it.
How long would it be?
He looks at you as to say that question, as he hadn't really thought about it, and he kind of goes, a couple years, 2 winters probably.
Would be nice to be away from the in-laws for a while. Would miss you and Ma though, but if she's doing better.
Oh yes, we have been thinking about getting your... using your old room for doing a little bit of an infirmary now that she can't walk very well. So it would be, I think it would be good for her, and it would be good for you because exploring the world gives you such an opportunity for growth that you cannot get in the backyards of your own manor.
Growth? Well, why didn't you say so? I'll come back, big and strong, with better stories.
And he smiles, nods, and says, I'm glad. We have already packed your things out there on the door, and it leaves tomorrow. So if you wanna do something else before you leave, I think it's okay. But your passage has been bought. Yeah.
Oh, volunteer and you've got to pay.
Yeah, we paid. We we paid some money to get you a good accommodations and to make sure you get there safely.
Okay, well, at least I should say goodbye to everyone.
Yes, of course. As long as you get to the place of where the departure is happening until tomorrow, that shouldn't be a problem.
Alright, that sounds fine. I'll have a lovely coach ride wherever we're going. Thanks for paying for it. I'll pay you back when I come back, having earned my keep.
You see, he clasps his shoulder, gives a nod, and says, "Yeah, it's a but. Well, I will accompany you on your way there tomorrow. So, to give you our last goodbyes."
I'll pat him on the shoulder, reaching up to him. I'll do you proud, Pa.
And he clasps you on the shoulder and says, "I'm sure you will, son. Now let's get back and clean that before your in-laws really find out where food comes from."
Rabbits.
Yeah, sure. And he walks with you. As we zoom out from that, we leave the little manor, this little florested area that we're in, and we keep going up to a tower where we have been before. There are two figures high in this tower peering down into the city. It is a tower of white marble. On the center of it, there are 8 tiles of different colors and different symbols. In the middle of it, there's a little, there's like a gigantic cup with water on it, almost like a mirror, made of this like still water. And these two figures, they peer downwards into the city. And one of them is a high elf, very tall helmet, not a helmet, but like a hat. Very high collars, like multi-layered collars. This giant staff made of a pink wood with different crystals of different colors on it. And the other one is a little bit smaller. Sotek, would you describe your character for us, please?
Yes. So Tehataka is a compared to a human, a diminutive figure, though he's a little on the taller side for a skink. He has the traditional blue scales of the lizardmen, with darker blues showing up on the hardened scales that cover his back and the upper portions of his legs and feet and arms. But along his spine are a flash of blood red scales that denote him as something special. He also has a couple of other curiosity markings among other skinks, that his tail is actually split at the end, giving him the appearance of a twin tail. He has a forked tongue as well, so he kind of is almost split at both ends. And then he has various paint markings on his body, with paint applied over his hands and fingers, the tips of his tails, and along his shoulders are a couple of handprints and strange red paint that almost looks like they were applied by using someone else's blood. He also has a large crest that comes off the back of his head, and the softer material of the crest itself is also a flaring blood red. He has the kind of animalistic predator yellow eyes, typical of lizardmen, and carries with him a quarterstaff made of a very strange dark wood, not associated with any that you'd find on the continent of the old world. And it even has a couple of little inlaid seams of gold very intricately placed into it, though the meaning of these little lines are lost on humans. That being said, he does have, despite his small stature compared to most humans, he does kind of have a very aggressive air around him. Like every time he looks at something, it's almost like the wild eyes of gauging, as if he's always just a little vibration away from violence, though he rarely explodes into it. The desire is palatable.
You see the figure to your side is an archmage of the high elves of the name of Kidiel, and she's kind of like pointing towards you the different landmarks of the land, and you see as she kind of like rises and says, "But that is enough of human geography and politics. I wish to talk a bit about your land, Master Oracle. Please, have a seat if you would like."
Tehataka kind of looks at the chairs, which he's had a little bit of a rivalry with ever since he's arrived here, as few of them tend to accommodate for his tail. But fortunately, it seems that they've learned, at least in his stay here, and they have the backs either already removed by their design or holes cut into them. So he will take a seat, and being kind of restless as he almost always is, he'll begin sort of tapping his left claws against his knee, while his right hangs on to his quarterstaff.
You see that she kind of like guides you towards the chair, and you see that she indeed, ever since you arrived, that you have shown this like discomfort. The chairs have been remade. A lot of the high elves here have been able to quickly improvise a little chair for you to be able to sit on as a guest of honor here. And she, as she sits down in front of you, she asks, "You will forgive me if any of this information is perhaps of a private nature or anything like that. I have not had any pleasure of speaking to those of your kind, though my master has had the privilege of that in olden days. What dangers do we expect arriving at the coast? We are not strangers at traveling the sea, but the coasts of your land are foreign to us, as much to me as it is to the man who will take you there." And she gestures down to the humans on the dollar side.
He kind of quirks his head a little bit, and his crest lifts almost all the way up before lowering a smidge, and the coloration becomes a bit more subtle after a brief flare. And he says, "Yes, the Mundi of Lustria is very fierce. The Jazankas may struggle slightly. The beasts of the jungle were meant to keep out outsiders, to reject the Zlalaks."
She kind of like puts her hands together, kind of like interlocks her fingers and says, "Worrisome. Do you think you can guide them safely from the coast to wherever they need to arrive?"
He will once again look down at the the ships, and there will be a pause as seems to be doing some calculations in his head. And he will nod once, though it's very slow. And he responds, "Whini Jolankas, many will die, but enough will live. The plan shall be fulfilled."
She kind of like, with a solemn look, but she nods her head and says, "Well, for a plan such as this, I believe their sacrifices are something that I am willing to utilize." And she kind of like comes back to her staff, rises from her chair, and points towards one of the tables where a map is. And one thing that you do remember from this map, this is something that you already know. This is one of the maps that you have seen. Your master, I would say your master, your patron there, doesn't speak with words as much as he speaks with like visions. And you remember clasping this map from the dead hands of a dwarf, and then bringing it back as it is. It seems to be an old map from like a very suicidal dwarf prospector that was able to find something in the lands of Lustria. And he drew like a very simple map. And you see that as the high elf Askidiel arrives closer to the map, almost like a disgusted vision of it, a disgusted demeanor around it. But she points towards it and says, "I wish we had a better way of knowing our way through there, but well, you know that our kinds, what you call warm bloods, are not familiar with your kind."
He will bob his head eagerly and say, "Chol, very chol. Ignorant, you say?"
And she says, "Very chol indeed." She's coming back to the map and says, "We are going to... Unfortunately, we are going to have to hide your presence from them until they are in deep seas and they can do very little about it. You will be on the main ship of this voyage," as she points to the harbor, and you see this like gigantic wooden ship of like about like 6-7 tiers, hundreds of these little cannons on the side. And she points to it and says, "You will be there alongside the leader of this expedition and his brother. They are humans, so unlike me, but they will be briefed on your situation and they will be able to deal with you a lot better. I would advise you, however, to stay a little bit away from individuals that are not them. Because I think your presence may cause some panic that is unwarranted. And panic in the middle of the sea is usually not a good combination of factors." And she kind of like stops as she's saying, kind of looks to you. Do you understand the idea? Do you grasp what the concept that I'm explaining to you?
He occasionally like quirks his head side to side a little bit as she speaks, as he's kind of musing over the translating what she's saying to him. But he eventually bobs his head in assent and sends out his forked tongue flicker. He kind of flicks it out towards the map as if to taste it for any further meaning it might offer him, before simply settling his attention on her and say, "Yes, Teaka Tehataka, stay near Sponkin.
It looks. She looks at you with an emotion that you cannot understand, but what it is concern. And she's like, yes. Well, hopefully nothing too bad will happen. I have prepared for you proper accommodations. As she gestures to a side, and you see some high elves, kind of like workers, a little bit more to the side of peasants. And they bring essentially a crate, like a wooden crate of supplies, which they open and topple, and you see that the interior has been lined with like silk and some pillows. You see some seems to be like jars of water and some fruits, so like apples and oranges and things like that. And she points towards it and says, "We will be locking you in this crate and then bringing you to the main ship before the voyage. It should allow you to stay hidden for a long time. I would advise you to wait for 2 days before you leave the crate. The captain of the ship and his assistants will be aware of your presence, so just report to them. How good is your sense of smell?"
He kind of quirks he lets out like a at the box, and his crest will flare a bit brighter, indicating some displeasure. But we'll focus instead on her question. And he says, "Very good, very good."
She nods, and she grabs 2 pieces of like some kind of 2 pieces of clothing that you do not identify, but she grabs 2 pieces of clothing and gives it to you, like kind of like puts on the kind of gives in your hand, and says, "These are the scents of the captain and his assistants, which will be his brother. I believe with this, you will be able to leave your crate and identify and track them in the ship. Should make it easier for you to identify."
He pauses for a bit at this somewhat unnatural, from his view, way of tracking, but assumes that perhaps the elves and humans rely on methods he has yet to see them utilize, and nonetheless does take them and drop them into the chest. Before he will turn to the elf and sort of quirk his head a little bit, and he'll point at her with his staff and say, "It's a clunk's not coming with."
She puts a hand over her chest and says, "Oh dear, no. I have..." And she kind of looks from side to side. "Business that I need to attend back in Utuan, and I need to be there early tomorrow morning. So unfortunately, I'll not be able to follow you through your tracks to the on your voyage to the sea." Yes.
It's a gang's return to island. This good.
Yes. Very good. Anyway, I will leave you to your affairs. Tomorrow morning, the ship is going to be leaving, so at sunrise, do be in the box, please.
He will nod, and then he's going to move significantly closer to the fire roaring in the fireplace to at least try and alleviate the horrible cold of this place.
You see, she, as a last gesture, she like picks up her staff and like clanks it on the floor. The winds of magic spin, and the fire roars a little bit brighter and stronger. As she gives you a nod and says, "Very well. Good rest to you, Master Oracle."
He nods to her before turning his attention back to the flame, and he closes his eyes to just bask in the heat.
And yeah, we move from there to the morning of the voyage. The next morning, all of you are standing. I would say, just check something. Yeah, Ashling, Egon, and Berard. You guys are close enough to each other. None of you are going to be in the big ship, the true star of the show, the one with the Baron Ludov Kohler, which is going to be the leader of this expedition, or his brother. No,
Wait,
you're not. You're not gonna
I'm
be
gonna be in the
relegated.
big ship?
You're not gonna be in the big ship.
Well, you said none.
It's gonna be a long game. You see that I lost all track of everything I was saying.
I'm so sorry.
You see that it's my fault. I fell into it. You see that you are on on one of the smaller ships, which is called a Karak. Karak is called the Silverfell. It's still quite a big ship. It's still seaworthy. It's gonna be able to do the track. Well, none of you have enough information to actually know this, but it's enough of a ship to get you to the New World and back. Or they're gonna be back. You're gonna stay there. You see a long line of people, and you see some officials in front of it. You see some sailors on top of the ship, kind of like tying knots and bringing, like, kind of like stretching the sails, making counts of the cannonballs and gunpowder and food and water. And on the front of it, you see one of the people who is like the first officer. Anyone that has played the Death on the Reich will identify some of the images, or all of the images. They are very pretty images, so I reused them for this purpose. But you see this individual, with a very puffy hat, puffy clothes, the symbol of the Comet of Sigmar on his chest. He's not carrying garlic right now, but he has this like clothing on him. He has a list in front of him, a very thick parchment. And as all of you are kind of like arriving on the line, he's crossing your names, giving you some orientations, and kind of like guiding you towards where you're going to be on the ship. The first of you to arrive on this is Ashling. And as you arrive close to the first officer, he gives you a bit of a salute, kind of like puts his hand on his chest and says, "I am First Officer Roko Hoffmaster. I am going to be your first officer for this trip. Would you please give me your name and occupation, please?"
Oh, it's very nice to meet you. And she'll grab his hand and shake it like a lot.
He gives you kind of like a dead fish shake.
I get a dead fish out of this? Sweet.
Yeah.
Sorry, jokes aside. My name is Ashling. I am a nun of... I keep wanting to say Raya. Shalia.
Oh, don't worry. They're very similar in none of the ways. Very well. And she makes some notes. Very well. Do you have any skills as a chef?
No.
Okay. Do you have any skills in burying people? I'm sorry.
Do you have a place of prayer?
He stops for a second and says, "We have a cloth."
That is all. Oh, I will set something up then.
I trust you to that. Do you wish to be the chaplain of this mission? Of this ship, at least?
Yes.
Great, okay. Your place of sleep is going to be in the upper deck. Just follow the ramp and turn a left. Oh, for the sake of any amount of knowledge in this, do you know how to read?
Yes.
Great. Okay. You're going to be taking one of the upper hammocks. Okay.
Very well.
Okay. The supper is going to be
interesting.
the communal supper is going to be available for everyone in the lower parts of the main deck. It is going to be probably biscuits and fish. And you're gonna be it's free for everyone. Just be sure to allow someone else to eat it. And any fish, any rats that are found and killed have a reward of 5 pennies. Have a good day and a good travel. And he waves you away as he goes to the next one in line.
Neat. And she'll just walk past them.
A lot of people kind of go on front, but Egon, you're next. As he looks towards you, this is a question like, what is your name and your occupation, sir?
Sorry, say what?
What is your name and occupation, sir?
Oh, did I, out of character, did I have another name since it was implied that I couldn't give my real one?
Didn't really give you. I didn't give you as the DM a special name. Do you want to make it up, or do you want one?
Sure. Manfred Frank. Stevedore. Stevedore representative. I need to write that down. Name.
Okay.
Mm.
You see that he makes a note of it and says, "Oh, Stevedore, okay. You can go to the upper deck and take a left. You can take one of the lower hammocks. Do you know how to read?"
No, sadly.
Okay.
I usually have a halfling for that.
Food is going to be in the back side of the main deck. Rats have a reward of 5 pennies. Have a good trip.
And without contesting anything else, Egon moves ahead.
As he, one of the last one in line, after a very rushed dismissal by his parents, is Berard. Sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
It's nice meeting ya.
Chappy old fella. Well, nice to meet you as well. I am the first officer of this ship, Rocco Hoffenmeister. I would like to know your name and occupation, please.
Oh, I'm a Berard Salzenmund, and I'm a trapper.
Trapper, very much. Very well. Do you know how to read?
Oh, of course.
Good, very well.
He says, standing in peasant's garb.
You see the first officer doesn't really bat an eye at that. He just like, oh, cool. And he says, the upper deck to the left, you can pick one of the hammocks that has not been occupied. The meals are going to be served in the main deck on the back side. Rats are going to be given a reward of 5 pennies per head. Although we do ask you to bring the entire rat whenever you do encounter it. And yeah, I think that's everything. Have a good trip.
Oh, pleasure to meet ya.
Victor.
Hmm?
What would my character know you as?
Probably wouldn't remember me.
I'm sure I'd remember you.
I feel like that would need an intelligence test, considering how many people you treat.
You do have one of those faces.
You know, it's something about how twisted your nose is, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, sure. I mean, you might recognize.
Actually, I got it. I won't remember your name, but I'll remember you.
Ah, that's fair.
Do you mind if I have a scene real quick?
Yeah, of course. I'm just gonna wrap up this boarding scene. As you guys are boarding and you're kind of meeting people in the deck, kind of like putting your belongings in the hammocks. It's a voluntary mission in a very like deathly place, so there's not a lot of volunteers. It's mostly you and the crew. The ship you're in is mostly for like carrying some basic stuff. And you see as the first officer is like, I think we are wrapping up everything. And he points towards a guy like a stevedore, some people carrying some crates. It's like, hey, what you doing? It's like, oh, I'm carrying this to the Sovereign Star. It's like, no, those are here. Lumber is that way. Food is going to be carried in here, okay? So bring it. It's like flour and it's like biscuits and I think pork, right? Okay, yeah, good. And you see he starts making some notes, and you see one of the stevedores like, yeah, we got a bunch of crates from like the Wizard's Tower. They said that the ship is mainly full, so do you want to leave it here also? The first officer is like, yeah, sure. It's a boxes from Wizard, whatever. Just throw it on the cargo deck and should be fine.
Contains Magic the Gathering cards.
And you see, and yes, Sotek, you hear this discussion of some warbloods talking about it as you're clunking on a crate, and you finally feel as you're let into the ground as like this clunking, as the stevedores don't know that there's a living creature inside the crate, so they don't handle you with care.
Quiet, angry hissing.
And they're like, man, I think there's one of the stevedores on side is like, man, I think there's a snake in here. And the guy's like, crazy? Well, if there's a snake, that's good. Less rats, you know? The other guy's like, yeah, I think so. You know, did I tell you the way like one of my nephews like killed a snake with his bare hands when he was 5? And as they kind of like just start telling this crazy story as they're leaving the boat. Yeah, for sure. Alexis, do you want to have a scene?
Yes. So I'm gonna see Egon like boarding the boat and everything, and I'm just gonna be like, excuse me.
Egon looks around. Who? Me?
Yes, I know you.
Oh, that can't be right. He sort of looks back at the boat, trying to find an excuse to get on it quicker.
Yes, sure. I treated your arm. You had a nasty gash down it.
Oh, yeah, that well, had a nasty fall. I'm sorry. What was your name again?
Ashlyn.
Hello, Aisling. I'm Manfred.
Manfred.
I'm with the stevedores.
Right. Well, has your arm healed up well?
He sort of folds up the shirt of the sleeve of his shirt, and you can see that. Yeah, while the scar tissue is there, it seems to have closed nicely.
Very good.
Yeah, shame about the shirt. He looks at the new shirt he's wearing. It looks just as dirty as the old one.
She will nod her head and just start walking away.
You see you see, yeah. I would say this, Egon, make me a cool check.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Challenging?
It's a bit shaking. Yeah, average. I'll say average.
All right.
Conversation was not like, she didn't grill you that much.
Ooh.
Okay.
Barely.
You kind of like catch one of your hands. You're a little bit shaking, but you kind of like catch yourself and just don't. I don't think you say anything.
No, he instead he rushes to follow the directions of a garlic man. whose name I forgot.
Oh, Ashling is just wandering around the boat, by the way.
Yeah, you see that you see that the captain is
Sotek,
the
how's
captain
it
cat's
going?
on deck, and you see the first officer Rocco kind of like jingle like a bell, and says "Captain on deck," and you see the sailors don't seem to care very much. They're all like, "Okay, sure," and they keep cleaning the cannons. As the captain arrives and goes, well, for the guests in the Silverfell, I am Captain Vanda Emmerich. I am going to be your captain for this voyage. If you have any questions regarding our trip or anything you would like to contribute, please don't tell me. Keep it to yourselves. We know best about everything that is going to happen, so just stay in your cabin and do what you're told. Thank you. Good day. And she twists on her ankles and leaves. And you could, all of you can see like a very dissatisfaction from the crew. All
Alright, off we go.
As you guys begin your journey, begin your travels, you see that the crew is kind of like trying to make the best they can. Anyone that wants to can give me either perception or intuition. It's going to be an average roll. You can make it. You're gonna make it challenging if you want to make it, because you're inside a crate.
You said intuition or perception?
Intuition or perception, whatever you want to. It's a general like vibe check.
Wow, that's nothing but successes across the board.
Alright.
Yep, somebody had to.
There we go.
I'm in a box.
Take that, nerd.
So, I will say this. Yeah, you are very much inside a crate, like a silken crate that is still a little bobbing, as like the stevedores left it in one place, and you see the rest of the tripulation starts like carrying the boxes to a more secure location, tying them down for that not to like mess around or hurt anyone as the tides start affecting the ship. And on the back of the last boat of this expedition, the Silverfell starts making its way from the docks of Salzenmund and into this canal that leads to the Sea of Claws. You see that a lot of the people. This is a very calm journey. This is more like not messing anything up. Not really like anything that requires a lot of proficiency. So you think that the crew is relaxed. They are making sure that they take account of like any material that they grabbed. A lot of the sailors are like polishing the cannons, tying knots, adjusting sails. Frequently, one of the members of the crew, the captain or the first officer, leaves the helm, kind of like does something on the deck, orders people around, and then comes back. So it's a moment of like chill as you're exploring, as you're going to the channel. All of you can explore the boat freely. You can do whatever you want. The only place that is barred from all of you, because none of you are nobles, is the helm itself, which remains like a locked door on the back of the ship. So I want to ask, especially Berard, Egon, and Ashling, what do you wish to be doing as you're kind of like making your way to the Sea of Claws to begin your journey?
I'll go first. And I would like to start chatting with the sailors to see if I can find whoever is the guy who can acquire stuff for you.
Mm-hmm.
So what skill would I use for that?
I'm going to keep the same skill for that. Basically, it's going to be like kind of like screening people, watching the vibes, and following people.
Well, it was more going to be like me like chatting with everybody, trying to like play nice.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, intuition then.
We'll keep the same roll that you rolled before.
We'll keep the roll. Okay, so
yeah,
goddamn, that's all right. Sweet. That's a heck of a roll.
Yeah, mostly because the intuition and perception is like gossips and information you get from like being on the boat, just so basic information you get. But
sure.
Like as your role also is an intuition thing, I think it also I will include it in this roll because it did succeed. You know, +4. I'm not gonna throw away a +4.
That's pretty good. All right. So
yeah,
who's the man slash halfling slash dwarf?
As you're talking to people, you do get a sense of you start kind of talking, and you start meeting some of the crew, start meeting some of the sailors, but you start really getting a sense of like you see a lot of people entering the kitchen, the like communal kitchen that they have, and leaving with items that are not normal of this. You see a guy like entering the kitchen and leaving with a pipe full of this like tobacco, and you identify that the person who is like the go-to individual is the cook of the ship, which is the halfling called Loremaster.
Can I get that name written down? Because I'm writing down NPC names.
I'm going to make available the full list of NPCs for the ship.
Oh, perfect.
So in actors, you should be able to see the Silverfell.
All right, I see it. Yeah. Okay,
Very
now
cool.
just delete this.
Can you see people inside the Silverfell?
Yes, you can.
So yeah, you can see there all of these ships, and then on the end you have the deckhand, which is basically like the rest of the people that are unnamed because they're not important, just like basic sailors moving around. So you see the name of the cook is Loremaster, and you see this like older like female halfling, a bit of a nose that has been broken multiple times and cut, older, like a little hairier hands carrying things aside. You see she's worrying about like preparing as much as she can before they leave to sea, to avoid any accidents. So she's making like very almost like a ration biscuits, these very hard biscuits, this very hard like bread that you can kind of break and soften in water, which is a good thing because it lasts forever. So she's like making batches and batches of it before they leave harbor. Kind of like taking. She's a cook, but she's also doing the function as almost like a quartermaster. So she has a very long list, like a very long parchment on the wall that has a lot of things of like that many kilos of onions, potatoes, carrots, scallions, salted pork, salted fish, all the like buttered fish and things like that. And as you see, as she's talking to you, she doesn't stop. She's like always cooking, looking behind her shoulders to kind of like look at you, but she's always cooking and cutting and preparing something and organizing something. And she's one of those people that like carries everything she needs with her. So everywhere she goes, she has like a clink of like knives and and all sorts of like little pans and things on her. Eventually she kind of like looks at you, says, "Hello, dearie. Do you need something? I think you just left. I don't think it's dinner time yet, but I can prepare something for you."
Oh, no need. I'm just, looking around, chatting with the crew, getting to know everyone. And he sort of, Egom sort of looks around, trying to make sure nobody else is within whispering distance. And he leans in and says, I heard you were the one to talk about special acquisitions.
She gives you a warm smile and says, "Of course I am, dearie." And she kind of pinches your cheek very strongly with just like very calloused hands. He says, well, we have just left harbor. I don't think. Do you have any need for something special right now?
Oh, no. Of course not. I was just making sure that everything was in order. And if I do need anything special, I'll make sure to come chat with you, and make sure nobody else finds out.
Oh, of course. I'm very thankful for that, dearie. I am just going to warn you, I don't deal with weapons and ammunition. So if you're going to need something a little bit more deadly, I'm not going to be able to help you very much with that. But if you need a lot of, I have tobacco, I have a lot of these olden shirts and silks. I have also, and she starts cutting and she kind of gets closer to you. I also have some material from some very crafted artists from Altdorf, if you want to be alone for a second, if you get what I mean.
I don't usually I usually don't try any of that. It messes with the senses too much. But if I need anyone, if anyone else needs it, I'll be sure to find it through you. There is one last thing I wanted to ask. What does the crew trade in? And by which he means, like, instead, like, if it isn't money, he's asking, like, what does the crew use as currency, sort of backup?
You see she finishes like cutting some carrots, puts some on like a little wooden bowl, and like puts some cloth over it, and she starts making some more bread. So she starts saying like water and flour and salt and like mashing it against the table. And you see, for a halfling, she is built. She has like a very like, as she like twists her arm, you can see the like biceps of this like olden halfling woman, and as she's kind of like mashing it over a table, says, "Oh, dearie, I would say a lot of it is recreational, which is a bit of a shame. All these youngsters wasting their lives away, but old Rumster can't do much about it. Really like tobacco. Anything that can be recreational for their off times. So anything that can help them sleep better, or anything like that. I just suspect some of them also really enjoy just knowledge. They're very young. They're very unexperienced, and so a lot of them are very nervous. Whatever you can do to like shake off this like nervousness off them, distress, can also do wonders. I think it almost counts as much as brandy these days. Although, if you also have brandy, they can also enjoy that a lot. That's how the stress.
All right. Thanks a bunch. Thanks a bunch, Chef. I think I know what I need now. And he waves goodbye to her as he exits the kitchen, and tries to go. So say what?
She says, "Oh, don't leave with your empty hands, dearie. Here you go." And she gives you like a candied apple.
Bites in, dude.
You seem very skinny, my boy. Now go away. I do need to cook, but take this candied apple with you. And she goes back to cooking. Gives you a wink and a nod, and like goes back.
Indeed. Egon gives back a crooked tooth smile as he exits the door. And with that, I think that's me done
you
for
see
what I wanted to do.
Yeah. You see, one of the things that you notice as you're coming back from this like intuition roll you did, you see that a lot of the people here are very young or very old. And there is a feeling of like a mismatch of like experience. Like people that are too experienced to a point that their knowledge is like no longer usable. Or people that are too unexperienced. They have just been kind of thrown into this boat without much.
Well, that's the group I fall into, so there's that. All right.
Yeah.
Egon has a pretty good idea of what he can do now.
But something you do notice that is a little bit more worrisome as you're going into the open sea. That also counts for the crew.
Oh, jeez. Oh boy, that's not great.
So you see that along with the volunteers, you also see that a lot of the crew is also kind of like falls into this.
All right, I think that's me good for now.
Okay. Berard. What is Berard doing in the ship as you guys are getting to the Sea of Claws?
Berard is setting up traps for rats. Because 5 pence is not to be sneezed at. And also looking at all the knots the sailors are tying, because many of them he's never seen before, and some of them could be useful.
Mm-hmm.
So every now and then he'll sit down, take out a rope from his trap kit, and try to tie the knots they're tying to figure out how they work.
So, make me a set trap roll for how good those traps are for the rats.
Is this
I'll say-
average?
It's gonna be average, and I'll say that for this you don't waste any of your animal traps. It's gonna be very basic, like just like rope traps. Okay. Yeah, so not your finest work, but a lot of it is like material you're not used to using. So a lot of it is like you start putting it in places, and then you notice that the rope gets a little bit like close to the side and doesn't work very well, because although you are in a canal, you see that the boat does like move from side to side and up and down, and that kind of like destabilizes. But you do put some traps that you think could catch something at some point.
You know, it's a bit harder when you can't just put a few sticks in the ground to anchor things.
And besides putting traps, what was the other thing you said you were doing?
Looking at the knots the sailors use, and talking with them about stories that they've had on the ocean.
Yeah, you see that a lot of the deckhands, like a lot of the sailors around here, don't have a lot of stories. Actually, they're very new. One of them, that's like a very much younger fellow, that goes by the name of Richard. You see like a younger guy, a little bit of a red hair, and he starts saying like, "Yeah, we actually got drafted into this. A lot of our schooling was paid by Gosser to come a little closer to go a little quicker than usual. But we know everything we need." And as he's talking to you, he ties his own hand in the knot, and like he twists it, and his finger almost breaks. As he like unties his own finger and then ties the knot again. It's like, oh, sorry.
To go like that.
Yeah, but we are prepared. Everything we need. And besides, we are the last boat. The 3 front boats are gonna be the ones actually dealing with stuff. We just gotta survive enough so we can carry supplies there and then come back. So Should be fine.
Survive enough.
Sorry?
Survive enough? Aren't we carrying all of the food?
Oh, yeah, but the outdoors, there's like sickness, and there's like giant sea monsters and raiders.
What kind of sea monsters?
Honestly, I don't know. I've heard a lot of tales, but most of our teachers were like fishermen, so it's kind of hard to know whatever is real and what isn't. Like one of our teachers warned us about like the great shark, which is like a gigantic shark that is multicolored and eats whole ships with like one giant gulp. But he also said that he and his sister caught like the largest fish ever saw in Nordland. And, it's kind of hard to see like which side is true, which isn't. And a lot of talks of like they're pirates and then ghosts and then ghost pirates and then ghost pirates that are also monsters and then like elves, but also meaner. People talk a lot, people say a lot. I think it's gonna be fine. It's just gonna be like sun and some storms.
But no ghost pirate monster elf sharks.
No, I don't think so. I think
Dodged a bullet there then.
Yeah. I hear. And we have a priest of Manan we have a sailor priest of Manan in the people have already made a skink in a box. A lot of we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. Everything is fine. We are also, as I said, like the two front ships, they have the largest amount of like soldiers and adventurers and hunters and the abled individuals. We just have to survive any storms and anything that happens. It's gonna be easy sailing from here to wherever we're going. They didn't really specify where we're going, but we know it's like that way.
Well, I wouldn't expect. The captain did say that she knew what they were doing. Thought that included you bunch too. Shame to find out that's not the case.
Oh, well, I know how to tie a knot and I know how to do my job. And my job is not to take us there. Captain's job is to take us there. My job is to tie knots and sail and stay alive, mostly. Yeah. I think if we ever get to a point where I need to sail the boat or do anything of the things that will actually get us there, we're already pretty much dead. So don't worry, it's gonna be fine.
Berard will walk to the side of the boat, look at the vast expanse of ocean, and consider how far he can swim.
I will say, as you rolled very well in your perception, not far enough. Do you have anything else, Berard?
No, probably just still gonna gossip pointlessly with the deckhands, finding out that no one knows anything.
Ashling, you find yourself on the ship. It's starting its journey. What do you wish to be doing as you're making your way to your destination?
So any random deckhand that's willing to listen is getting an earful.
What are you telling them?
So this one time I had this patient come in, and this patient had their arm split in two, like right down the middle. I didn't even know the fingers would still work, and they managed to, like on both sides. It was like cut like, have you ever cut a banana in half the long way? No, I suppose you haven't, but yeah, the arm was cut in half that way, and both fingers on both sides were working. Their thumb, unfortunately, was lost. We managed to patch up their arm, but their fingers didn't work on one side. I think that person wound up dying later of dysentery. What a shame. Way to go. Huh? They didn't believe in... They just didn't have enough faith to survive. Those prayers go a long way to help you recover. And a lot of people just simply forget that.
You see that the deckhands, as they're kind of like making their way, they're trying to work despite you talking to them, like tying down knots. And you see that like they're kind of like, no, she's a priestess of Shalia. To be respectful.
And this one time, I was treating this one guy, and he said that he had erectile dysfunction, and it turned out he didn't. He was lying. Don't do that to a priestess.
And you see that one of the guys, one of the members of the crew is like, sister, I need your assistance if you would.
Yes, of course. What do you need?
And you see that the guy, actually the woman who's talking to you is very like long face, wide eyes, a lot of trinkets and like a backpack on her back. And you see she's kind of like cleaning a blade, and she's like, I have been drafted to be the surgeon for this for this mission. I really need help setting up the equipment. So for the sake of the voyage, could you come and help me, please?
Of course. Sorry, I saw in the chat reptile dysfunction, and that made me lose it.
The chat has been.
That is so good, but we're gonna have to ban him.
Into the snake pit he goes.
It was like I have been broken by chat twice. One of them was actually not chat; it was Sotek, because Sotek opened on the stream the logo for like.
Okay, for the record, I didn't
Skink.
realize it was going to open on that screen. Okay.
Because you stayed there for a while because you couldn't close it. It was funny as shit. Anyway, and yeah, also reptile dysfunction broke me. But you see Johanna. Yeah, Johanna kind of like starts leading you there, and you don't see as she does like a thumbs up to the rest of the crew that are kind of like breaking a sweat listening to your conversation.
By the way, all of her like discussion was about like body mutilation and stuff like that, like how horrible injuries have like the horrid things that she has healed, and you can tell that she's like using comedy to block her trauma.
I rolled an endurance test for the deckhands to see if any of the threw up. And none of them threw up, which was very impressive.
That endurance chat, that cracked me up so bad when I saw you roll that. I was like, what is he rolling? It's like, oh, endurance?
Yeah, it was like, oh god, they're not gonna like that. Yes, she brings you to a little side room on the cargo deck. It has like a little bucket of water, some basic like vials and herbs, and a bed. Most of the bedding here is like for the volunteers, and the deckhands are like hammocks. The only people that get actual beds, like structural beds, are sick people and the officers. So this is one of the few beds that actually exist. She carries you inside, kind of like releases her equipment and such, and she says, I heard you were saying about setting up some kind of shrine to Shalia or things like that. I don't know if you want to do it here or on the outside, whatever.
It is best to do it near where we will treat the people. So here is fine.
Okay, and she points to the side of the room. There's a little bit of a niche, like just beyond the, in front of the bed, and she points towards it and kind of like opens a little bit of a space and says, "You can set it up here if you want to."
Yes, of course. And she will take time to take out her holy book and get some prayers in, and then yeah.
You see that she says, "Well, actually, I wanted to check in. I am going to need an assistant during the travels. Would you mind being my assistant? Would you like to be the main healer, or would you like to stay with the religious practices here? What do you wish to be your duties here?
I don't wish to overstep. I will assist you.
You see that she kind of starts making sure that everything is in place. She says, "So why did you join the mission?"
I had a vision, and then felt that I needed to be here.
Okay, that's so. You do know where we're going, right?
Yes, some large forest area.
Some large. Okay. Well, yeah, I could consider that to be some forested area. I would also consider that to be the forest area on the world, I would say.
Yes. It should be a land filled with opportunities, from what I've been told, and dangers.
Indeed. And for how long have you been a priestess of Australia? It is a very noble practice, but not a common one.
I was raised in the practice. Both my parents are priests. My father is wandering the world currently. And I was raised by the priestesses. So it seemed natural just to stay with them.
But do you think this is truly your calling, or is it something you're doing because you were raised to do it?
I don't see the difference.
No, that makes sense. You see, she starts like sharpening some of her like thin knives. We're going to have to rely on each other for this because it's going to be a long journey. Do you think she kind of like grabs a bunch of like limes, and she says, "Do you know how to treat scurvy?"
Sounds like a heal test to know if she knows.
I'll leave it up to you if you want to make a roll or if you want to know how to treat scurvy. Because you do live in Salzenmund, so.
I do assume that she would know, but at the same time, I want to roll dice.
Yeah, for sure. Make me a heal check.
What difficulty?
I am going to say it's going to be average, just because, like, from the geographical position.
Yes, she does.
Definitely.
I've given a dissertation on scurvy.
Yes, I have a thesis on it.
Oh, you have a thesis? Okay, well, very good. I really dislike treating scurvy. So, I am going to be treating for physical maladies. And I would trust you to be, so mainly like broken bones and things like that. I trust you to be on the lookout for scurvy or other potential sicknesses. Cool. Okay.
Oh yeah. Slightly out of character here. Do we have to test for seasickness? Because none of us have been.
You haven't arrived in the sea yet. We'll get there.
Oh right, we're still not in the ocean,
Yeah,
right?
You guys are in the. I don't have a good map for that here on Foundry.
There is a Nordland map.
Yeah, but it's not on Foundry.
Oh well.
I can produce it. I'll do it. So basically, you guys are.
We're not
like
going to be here long. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, not going to be that long.
Fair enough.
But you guys are like leaving Salzenmund, and there's like a little bit of a river that then goes to the Sea of Claws, which is on top. And then from the Sea of Claws, you're gonna take a west and then go until you reach like the open ocean and then go towards Lustria. So you guys are in this like in this little channel where there's not a lot of like movement. There's basic movement from like the ship being on water, but there's not like the big movements of the waves of the sea, things like that. But that is going to be the next step. It gets to night here. You guys are going to be traveling a couple days in this little channel, and then until you reach the Sea of Claws. Indeed, it is the second night of travel. You guys have been looking for. You guys have been kind of like helping around and helping people do their chores, especially Berard and Egon. You both are kind of like taken by the deckhands as like helpers, because you two are like able-bodied, and very quickly they start teaching you very basic like knots you can tie, and kind of like if you want to like bring things around, whatever you need to do. Sometimes you need to carry like boxes from one side of the ship to the other, especially for cooking. So as you are here, you see you're not treated as guests. You're not like guests of honor. You are very much part of the crew, and very quickly you start
part of the crew.
Sorry.
Part of the ship, part of the ship, part of the crew.
Part of the ship, part of the crew, exactly. So you're kind of like recruited very quickly, and you start making some small tasks. It is the end of the second day. The ships are traveling constantly. There are some shifts are organized. Sometimes you see the captain leaving the helm, making some signs with like a light and a mirror to the other ships. But you guys don't stop moving. You'd never stop your ship for the night. You always go keep sailing. And you do notice that there's a lack of merchant ships around. You did notice that probably for this reason the channel was like blocked for a couple of days, just so you can make the travel as quickly as you can without interference and no accidents. It's night in the second day. I would say, Sotek,
Has my time come?
How do you think your character is dealing with like being inside this box for so long?
I think that I definitely think he would be agitated. Like he would constantly be kind of like turning around. But overall, and he would be doing his best to practice the teachings of Tepak, even though those go very against his natural inclinations. And despite trying to find a inner peace of sorts, he is quite literally counting precisely 48 hours in his head from when he believes the ship set sailed. And when that 48 hour hits, he's coming out of the box.
Okay. Yeah,
Take out of the box.
The clicking of gears inside your lizardy head gets to the point you do finally count to the last second. I am going to ask you for an athletics check. It's going to be an average athletics check, just to like open the box itself, because the box is like hammered down.
Ooh. Oh, I passed. Whoo!
It takes a while, but you don't like break the chest. You like the box itself. You kind of like just jam it open, and as you do, you kind of like push against another, and the crate kind of topples over. But you're free. You see, you can see around you. You have night vision, right?
That's a good question. Let me see.
Yeesh.
Yes, I do have night vision.
Okay. You can see clearly around you. On the cargo deck right now, there's no open lights. All of the lights down on the cargo deck have been snuffed out. But you can see the amount of like food and supplies, basic carpentry, like wood and such, nails around you. And you can hear movement from the back of the ship inside the cargo hold you're in. And you can also hear movement on the top side of the ship.
Okay. He will let out a looks and have his forked tongue kind of flick out at the air, trying to acquire information, because this does not seem to match with the description he was given of when he would come out of the box.
Give me a perception check. Average.
Nice. 6 success levels.
God damn.
You are not in the correct place. You clock that immediately. Like, you don't even need to like sniff the cloves you have been given again to like the smell of the individuals. Whatever they are, it's not on this ship.
Okay, he will toss those back in the box, and he is going to attempt to make his way to higher ground on the ship so he can kind of get a bird's eye view.
Okay.
Though he's going to try and remain hidden while doing so.
Before that, can you make me a dodge roll, please? It's gonna be a challenging dodge roll.
Yes. No!
As you're
Oh,
walking
geez.
around, take one wound. As you're like walking around, you hear a snap and you feel a nail drive deep into your leg from one of the mouse traps that were left for you.
He will let out like almost a little just and look down at it in irritation. And look at the ship with renewed what can only be described as disgust, as he looks around and says, Shazankaz.
You hear some clanking of pans from the other side of the ship. It's like, Franz, did you hear something? I think it's that snake I mentioned. Richard, if you say snake one more time, I will fucking kill you. Okay? It's not a snake. Please keep cutting the vegetable.
I'm gonna start trying to climb up higher.
Yeah, you start making your way to the you get to the main deck. You get up to the main deck. You see around you kind of like the two giant metal cannons. Again, nobody here. Mostly, all the places here seem to be empty. You hear some clanking of pans on the back of the ship again, but not much.
All right, I'll just try and make myself to like either a high crate or like the highest, like on top of the ceiling of one of the quarters that does not have anything. I want to try and stay below the crow's nest so that if someone were to be in it, they wouldn't be able to see me unless they look like straight down.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of stick to the shadows.
You climb up like a lizardy way as you kind of start making your way through. The crew doesn't seem to notice you. They roll poorly. And as you kind of like climb, you get to the main mast, which has the ladder for the crow's nest. And you start climbing like almost in circles. And as you get to the top, you get a sniff on the wind. And you do identify that you can see the ship you are supposed to be in. You are in the last ship of the convoy, which is like two ships behind. As you kind of like arrive in this place and you're looking and you see like you're in the wrong ship, you hear something in your mind. You hear a small whisper. It's something you're kind of used to because you're used to telepathic messages. But I'll give you the option in this moment as you're like realizing the mistake that the warm bloods made, like you're in the wrong place. Do you wish to focus on this noise and try listening to it, or do you want to push it away?
No, he would definitely focus in on it.
As you kind of like lock in position in the mast, you start hearing a voice speaking in Reichspiel. It says, hello? Can you listen to me? Can you understand me?
Tehatika lets out an audible hiss of borderline violation as he realizes that this is another warm blood and not the reassurance of one of his cold-blooded masters back in Lustria.
But you see that there's like a voices on the lower deck. It's like, I think the snakes are in the sky, and you hear like a slap. It's like, Franz, please stop talking about snakes.
Tehataka will ignore that, but he will radiate a sense of displeased assent.
And you hear the voice on the other side says, "Ooh, yeah, that's not good. I do not understand what you just said, but I do feel aggression from it." Hello, I am Javier Cole. I am your contact. I have noticed that none of the crates in my ship have a lizard on them, so I'm presuming that you are still here. Are you around?
He is going to do his best to project an image back to this speaker of looking at the ship he's supposed to be on from not on the ship he's supposed to be on.
Yeah, you see there's like a second, and you hear very, very like in a low voice, as if he didn't want you to hear this, but it's telepathy, so of course you can. It's like, those fuckers. Okay. Well, very well. You are. I humbly apologize for this, but I do believe you are in the wrong ship currently. We are not going to be able to stop for a couple of weeks from now. So to avoid any nuisance, I will ask you to stay in your current ship. I will make sure to warn your captain of your presence. Once again, I apologize. But it was the workers, they didn't... Why am I justifying myself to this game? Anyway, as you can see, he's kind of like he's going around like different explanations in his head, and then thinking about like, why am I explaining myself?
Tehataka will whisper quietly, irritated at this continued intrusion into his mind. Tehataka, fix. Find captain.
And he's like, oh, right. And again, you can just like whisper of like something you weren't supposed to listen, but he doesn't have a lot of like proficiency in telepathy. That ought to be fun. Yes. We'll do it like this. Find the captain of the ship and inform him of your presence and your who you are, and then I'm sure he will be able to allocate you in one of its squadron. I again apologize for this.
Tehataka very like. This conversation has dragged on long enough that his ire can only continue to rise, and his crest is now all like standing all the way up and is deeply dark red, and he just shunts this invader from his mind.
And you see he doesn't know this is happening of like your volition. He says like, oh, the signal is cutting. It's cutting, and then the telepathy ceases.
All right. From my vantage point, I want to look for the human with the biggest hat, because I've noticed that the larger the hat, the more important the human.
Okay, you see an individual with a very large. She is very small, but has a very large hat on top of her head.
All right. Tehataka will begin making his way towards her as stealthily as he can.
Okay, make me a stealth check.
Okay, I have stealth rural, so would I just roll regular stealth without, so I don't get the further bonuses?
Yeah, regular stuff.
Okay. What's the modifier?
I'm gonna say it's gonna be challenging because it's gonna be an opposed roll between that and her perception.
Whoops. Well, I failed.
Yep.
It should have been against a 53, not a 73.
Let's see how much is there. Well, yeah. Yeah, you see that she, as she is walking, she's currently carrying something. You see, she must be very important as she's carrying food. As you know, this is in society. Really, food is one of the things that is kind of like kept in a reverential place. She's carrying food from one place to the other, and you're able to like stealthily get closer. And as she gets, also yes, you are sneaking on the cook of the ship, by the way. And as you get closer, you see she twists around. It's like, you don't need to steal from me, honey. I have pie for everyone. And she locks eye with you and goes. It just screams. The microphone didn't capture because I screamed too loudly.
Fair.
But you hear just like as she screams and she like fully releases the pie she was carrying onto the ground and like explodes in like contact.
Not
It's just-
pie.
And she's
Tehatika will.
I'm gonna come running.
He's going to quirk his head at her, more an annoyance than anything, and he, though he does notice her very diminutive stature, like even somehow smaller than him, and is worried that he may have encountered one of these so-called children. Before he simply says out loud, "Silence, Sholtankas."
she's kind of like paralyzed, looking at you like wide-eyed, and she's like, and she just looks at you and says, "Oh, I understand what's happening now." And she just fully falls unconscious, falls back to the ground unconscious, fully passes out.
Tehatika will frown, and his frill will turn a darker, almost purplish color as he begins to be very disappointed by the apparently weak constitution of the humans he's been given to work with.
You see a lot of people start storming the deck right now because like the cook screamed very loudly.
He will almost assuredly fail at this, but he will attempt to fade away into the shadows.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me a stuff. It's gonna be challenging.
Oh, did you hear that I'm one of the people that's coming
Yeah.
down?
I was gonna
Okay.
say, you can give me Ashling. You can give me a perception, and Berard and Egon, if you guys also wish to come running to this,
Oh
you
yeah,
can
no,
also
I'm
give
not
me
getting away.
perception checks.
Is it just challenging?
I will
Challenging,
use
yeah.
my 1 fortune point for the session on this.
Okay.
Holy crap.
Wait, never mind.
Yeah, you're gonna
I
be up against
spot you.
Well,
Wow.
You see that the
Lizard.
because I will make one roll
curse
for
these
this next
urban
one.
environments.
Everyone has +3.
Look, he's not in his like good environment. Yeah, the deckhands don't notice you. All of the
No,
you see a bunch of
they-
the tripulation, like the crew arrives at the deck, is like, "What are you screaming about? What's happening?" The three of you immediately clock this skink running up the mast, trying to hide in the shadows.
What was that?
Oh no, everyone definitely saw me. I don't know why it added a +5 success level, but I failed by 2 degrees.
Yeah, so yeah, you see that people immediately notice you as you're.
You might have a trait that gives you a bonus to stealth tests when it
Do you have
qualifies.
stealth? Do you have stealthy?
No.
Doesn't Tiny give a bonus to stealth?
Well, I'm small, not
Um,
tiny.
Oh, okay.
Not in a
never
way
mind.
that would give him 7 success levels.
5,
Yeah.
but yeah.
5.
Weird.
We'll see about that during the game. That's of no consequence right now.
Hey, wait a minute. Are you still bleeding? Like when you climbed the mast, is there just like you're not bleeding?
There
like
would
bleeding.
yes, there would be a small blood trail going after me.
It's hurt.
If it bleeds, we can kill it.
No, it requires help.
It's a monster. What do you think it is?
What are
If
the
it is a
beastmen
monster,
on
it
the sea?
deserves mercy.
Beastmen in the sea. Don't be ridiculous.
Hey, come
Well,
down here. Come
You
here.
heard what they said are around elf, shark, sailor, pirates.
Come here. Come on.
You-
Come here.
You've been talking
Come
to the
on.
deckhands too much.
Come on.
Tehataka is going to look at the woman that is being. He's not sure what the tone of voice implies. He hasn't really grown accustomed to what one might consider patronization among warm bloods. But looking down and seeing the humans not immediately attacking, he does pull his blowpipe from the little string around his waist, just in case.
No.
He's got a gun.
Put that down. Come here. Come on. Come here. Come on. Come on.
Roll charm animal.
How dare you? He quirks his head slightly, and then he will put away.
This is a joke.
He will put away.
That's strictly a joke.
Oh, the roll stands. He puts it away.
I will use a fake point on this.
He puts away the blowpipe and kind of quirks his head again, and he will point at the halfling and say, "Tataka not hurt Cho."
Ulrich's teeth. It speaks.
That means it can communicate to us. You didn't hurt them, right?
Queenie Cho not hurt.
Not hurt. Okay. Come on. Come here. I can help you.
He'll be a little dubious, but he will clamber back down to where the humans are. Almost sheepishly, his crest will be all the way down.
Your leg is injured.
You see
He will nod and point with his... is there any of those traps in line of sight?
I would say you probably wouldn't have noticed it up until now, but there is like this. The nail is still like embedded in your leg, and there's a little bit of rope that is kind of like following it.
You mean string?
Yeah, string. Sorry, not a rope.
Okay,
String.
no, because rope is big.
Yeah, he looks at it and nods, and his crest rises a little bit, and he simply says, "Shippy's luck." And he kind of like holds up a hand as if searching for a word, and then he pushes two of his 3 fingers to his thumb and says, "Trap."
Trap. Oh, yes. This'll sting. It will hurt. And I'm going to put my hand on the nail, and with a cloth in my other hand, I'm just going to pull it out and wrap it with the cloth, and I will do a heal test.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Would this be average? Because it's a simple thing.
Say average, yeah.
Also out of combat and junk.
Yeah, so I'll wrap it up after putting a little bit of medicine on it and just tie it and be like, there you go, and pat the lizard on the head.
Yeah, I would say, the Hanakai, as she, like, removes it, it stings, and I would say, like, your crest, like, flares a little, but then as she puts the medicine on it, you feel this, like, numbing sensation of that, like, kind of dulls the pain. I would say this is a numbing sensation you have felt from, like, and it's like mosquitoes or plants that give out this like anesthetic, numbing, almost like paralyzing sensation. So I will leave it up to you. How much of a threat does he feel from this numbing like sensation on his feet?
I'm sure he's had his fair amount of scrapes and cuts treated by like priests or skink attendants back in Lustria. So he kind of quirks his head and he will point at Ashling, and he says, "Tihikwak shon Glankas."
Yes.
He nods as if this is confirmation of his initial theory.
Oh no.
She's still patting him on the head.
You see that the door opens to the deck, and you see like the captain on like a sleeping gown with a pistol on her chest. Like, what is happening? What is the commotion?
I found a lizard.
And she shoots.
No! She will stand in front of the lizard.
Bounces up wildly into the sea. It's like a wave hits, like, pow, and just goes rocketing away.
Do I need to cool chest for having a gun fired at me?
Yeah. Both of you need. Both of you
jeez.
need.
What is it? Challenging?
Because the
average.
I think average because I believe average mostly because also Alexis is here. So there is a soothing presence of not Alexis, Ashley. Sorry. That kind of also helps.
Nice, go us.
Woo!
Awesome.
You did it.
Tehataka, his crest will flare up a little bit, but other than that, he is immobile.
And you see that she shot, and then she also oh no, wait, lizard. Oh, she picks the pistol. She opens the door, throws the pistol inside, closes the door. Hello. I had not been warned of your presence. Good sir.
He points his staff at the captain, and will simply respond, Chokalbak.
Yes.
I think he said hi.
No.
Mm.
Idiot. He kind of searches for, and he points at her again and says, do not shoot.
Don't shoot the lizard.
Oh, yeah, no, I never. No, that was a flare. It was just another thing. Irrelevant. Hello, I am the captain of this vessel. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Tehataka. Guide.
Mr. Guide. Good. And she didn't understand the first word, but guide was enough. And she was like, Mr. Guide. Yes, a weird name. Good. I welcome you to the Silverfell. I apologize for the inconvenience that my crew has caused you. How did you find your way to our ship? Why are you here?
He he looks around for someone to point at, but doesn't settle on anyone. So points at her instead again, thrusting his staff at her with annoyed emphasis, and he says, "Warmbloods put on the wrong ship."
Okay, no need to be rude. Very well. Well,
this violate plan.
Well, you know what they say, plans always change.
That is not plan. He seems very irritable about that particular phrase she just said.
Yeah, she's like, oh, I see.
You have a plan too.
He nods in assent and says, "Great plan must be fulfilled."
Same. My God sent me on one.
He looks at her with further renewed interest and then nods, further confirming his already established confirmation of his already established theory.
Oh no.
You see that the captain doesn't seem to care much about this conversation. Says, yes, well, I apologize for whatever I said wrong, and I do, you're welcome by whatever I said right. Mrs. And she points to you, Ashley.
She just looks, doesn't answer the question, just looks at her.
Yeah, whoever you are, you have seemed to have made a very friendly engagement with this creature. So, would you please take them to the infirmary? treat whatever wounds they have and make sure that they don't. They are well treated by the rest of the group.
Certainly. Takata, how do I say your name?
He will quirk his head at her again, and he'll pause, trying to think of all the other times he's had to do this with Warm Bloods, and he says, Te hata kai.
Tahatakai. If you would follow me.
He nods and follows her without question.
The captain's like, oh, that was its name. Ooh, cool. And before you go, you do see she kind of like gets one of the deckhands and says, do follow them, make sure that they don't do anything wrong. And
What? I would never.
and she kind of like stretches her sleeping gown and says, very well, everyone back to your duties. And she turns around and goes back to sleep.
Woman after my own heart.
And as you kind of go down, I don't know. Do you guys want to have a little scene on the infirmary?
Yeah, I'll just be treating your wound and everything.
Egon will be hanging in the background, and by background I mean like slightly out of sight.
Tehataka will ask. He will point a finger at Ashling and say, "What? Jazanka's name?"
Ashling.
Ash.
Right.
He struggles with the L for a second, but then simply nods and says, Ashling.
You could just call me Ash.
He will nod and say, Tehechakwo. Ash.
She nods and gives you a warm smile.
As his wound is being tended to, he will grab the little nail that you put up, and then he holds it out and say, "Why ship trapped?"
Small vermin on the boat. Rats.
Chakota here, and he reaches for his staff.
Small ones. And she puts up her hands as to represent like 3-4 inches.
He nods slowly, and then kind of thoughtfully says, Viggih. Tehataka deal with small rat.
Yes. Small rats are a pest, a nuisance that needs to be wiped out.
He nods, just deeply, deeply moved that at least there's one half-decent warm blood on this voyage.
The best part is I'm just like, I know what I'm saying out of character, but in character she has no idea.
I was about to say, like, you two are talking about completely different things, but like understanding each other. It's perfect.
Yep.
Ah, yes. Mutual understanding through genocide. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
The American way.
And I would say also, Berard, if you're also with them, you do recognize that this is one of the traps you made.
Yeah, I've been hovering around waiting to the right time to mention. So, lizard with teeth, could I have my nail back?
He will look at this thing that just spoke to him, this human, and look back at the thing in his hand. And then he will look back at the man, and his crest will rise a bit and turn a deeper red color, and he'll point at him and say, Nakalok.
I think that means no.
He shakes his head and says, no means no. You trap setter.
Oh yeah, I'm a right good one, don't you know?
He opens his mouth to respond and then looks at it again and frowns. But he will, well, close as a lizard can get to frowning. And nonetheless, he will hand it back to him and say, "Trap, hard to detect. Yes."
Berard grins widely. That'll be a great story.
Make so Tehataka not step.
He will nod after finally getting what you said. I could, put something so you could see where they are.
Tehataka will nod at this.
Just need to find me some red string.
Shouldn't be too hard. Tehataka, you said you're going to be our guide.
Yes. Once we reach... he searches for a word again for a moment and says, home.
This is your home.
He will kind of look at the boat and say, not this. Once cross world pond.
Oh, you live in the thick forest.
He nods. Cromundi. Yes.
Promundi. Huh. I assume the rats there are much bigger.
Gets Vietnam flashback look.
It's like explosions of like the like poison orbs and like mortars and such in the background. Like
his crest does stand all the way up and turn a very deep bloodish red, and he will nod and say Jakota, and he'll point at oh gosh, memory. Briard and say that size.
That's a big rat.
I'm not a rat.
Egon laughs, gets a burst of laughter when he points out the height.
Imagine that, Master Dwarf, if you were to take down a rat that big.
I don't think he's a dwarf.
Isn't he a dwarf?
Gerard glares upward.
Gerard is not a dwarf.
God, there's a
Gerard
meme I
is
want to post for this, but it's not appropriate. Anyway, carry on.
This is
Just
Gerard.
another Helgi scheme.
Oh, wait, I was under the impression that you actually were a dwarf. If I knew that in character. You're just human?
He's a short.
Yeah,
I
human.
mean, just
Apparently
a very
rolled the
short
shortest you can be.
Damn, that's
What?
impressive.
4
Actually,
foot 10?
no,
4 foot 11.
No, yeah, stick with it. Stick with it.
yeah, I'm sticking with this.
Yeah, he's only 6 inches higher than the skink.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, no, I am convinced that you are either a dwarf or a halfling. You are small.
I think the confusion might have been because the description began of like slightly bigger than a halfling, or like slightly bigger than a dwarf or something.
No,
like that.
it's a perfect misunderstanding though.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
everyone's a human except for the lizard.
Well, I'm sticking with calling you a dwarf then.
Kai will point at Berard and say, Huinihua! Name.
Eeny hooiny.
Winnie wa Berard Susurman.
Berard.
Bernard.
Right,
It is nice to
and
meet
you're
you.
Kai.
Tahatakai kind of quirks his head and says, Teatakai.
Taita Kai.
Teatakai.
Tekai.
He will frown and he points at you.
He nailed it.
He gestures at you again.
What the hell
Says,
are you on about?
he says, "Cho Hua Queenie."
I think he
I'm
called
not
you
a
weenie.
weenie.
Queenie.
It's not nice to insult people.
Not insult, merely observation.
He called you short.
Small, insignificant.
I mentally make a note to have trouble finding red string.
Are you writing it in a book of grudges?
Oh,
Tehataka meant no offense, but whether or not you know that is up to you.
you see the surgeon. You see the surgeon Johanna, who's at the side. She kind of like leans to you, Berard, and says, "I have heard of this like speech difference. It is called the reptile dysfunction. It's very common."
Oh, you bitch.
Yes. Yes.
It might be because I have teeth. I heard a lot about lizards back in the Drackwell, but they don't got teeth.
Tehataka will his sharp fangs stand in disagreement with you, but he almost has like serpentine fangs near the front of his mouth.
Egon is actually slightly hypnotized by the forked tail that sort of wags back and forth. But other than that, somehow there being a talking lizard on the boat doesn't faze him that much.
Now that he's fully treated, Tehataka will stand up and he says, "Must consult stars."
I assume that's part of your religion.
He quirks his head at that last word and just sort of parrots back, "Religion?" He really struggles with that Jun.
It's what you worship.
Sotek.
Sotek. Interesting. I wish to know more about your people.
He bobs head.
More of them?
Many
What?
more.
Well, I assume so. To get one as elevated as this, you would need a breeding population. I assume they
Gerard
might
will
have
not.
viruses.
He does shake his head, say, "No breed, spawn."
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm no
Please
Ryan
breed.
Priest, but I'm sure you procreate in many different ways.
He assumes that he's explained well enough, and he starts making his way out to the actual deck.
Yeah,
Well, like
Johanna.
frogs.
Johanna, that's on the side, says, "Although I do find fascinating the discussion of lizards fucking, do allow him passage." And she grabs a little hourglass, grabs like a telescope, and hands it to you, the Hezekiah. And she says, Johanna says, "I do not know if you're going to be able to get a clearer view of the stars, but if you wish to use this, it is yours."
He's
Gift
going to
from
look
me
at these
you.
very bizarre foreign objects he has been handed, and he just stares down at them.
And she kind of like picks it up and kind of showcases how to use it, as like puts it over her eye and looks to the sky, and it just gives it to you and says, "Well, it was a gift from me for me, so it's a gift from me to you now."
He nods slowly, but he will kind of hang on to them. He drops them in his little sling bag, which is made from their perspective, very exotic leathers being made mostly from the skin of a jungle cat, with some leather strap holding it, and he's going to make his way out onto the deck proper.
Mhm.
Does Ashling follow him?
Yep.
Well, in that case, Egon follows Ashling.
Burrard follows to examine the instincts of this lizard creature.
Johanna gives you a thumbs up and says, "I'll go to sleep," and just fucks off. And you guys can find yourselves. You guys find yourselves in the topper layer of the ship, right where the cannons are, which is in the front of the ship. You guys have a good view of the night sky.
To Hataka, curiosity, he does start to get the better of him when he's out there, and although he initially came to look at the stars, he's actually messing around with the hourglass. Like, he sets it on one side to watch the sand tick, and he stares kind of enraptured by it before it finishes, and then he pauses for a moment and flips it back over, and he lets out a sibilant hiss of approval.
Yep. Then.
He is
you kind of turn around
rather oblivious of anything else going around him at the moment.
Egon sort of asks to nobody in particular and says, "What is he doing with that hourglass?" Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks for leaving me hanging.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted.
Oh, goddammit.
Maybe he likes the sound of the sand. Lizards often find lizards near sand. Out
Jim,
here,
you said it was
nothing but
night,
water.
right?
Yeah, it's like.
Okay. He does eventually quit messing with it, and he is going to look up at the stars and try to do his best to get any sort of reading on their positioning, or at the very least figure out relatively where he is after spending a bit of time in the old world getting used to their constellations.
By the way, for the chat, just to know, I am Brazilian. English is my second language. I meant spyglass, not hourglass.
Oh.
I just realized that didn't make sense.
Whoops.
Well, so you said kind of like a telescope and an hourglass, and I was like, oh, that's delightful. I don't know how an hourglass would help, but it's delightful.
Because I was meaning like one of those spyglasses that are like retractable.
Okay. So just
Which is the kind of like
retcon it as he was like pulling it all the way, like fully extending it and then pushing it back together, and then fully extending it and then pushing it back together.
I was like, because you're talking about sand, and I was like, what the fuck did you mean by sand? There's no sand here. What the hell? And then I googled it. I was like, oh, wrong thing.
No, you're all good.
Whoops.
You're all good.
Yeah,
he is
just
equally as
okay,
mesmerized by this. Like, although she demonstrated it, he still kind of views it more as a quaint toy than anything else. But he is heavily bemused by the sound it makes when clicking open and closed.
Yeah. You can analyze the night sky if you wish to.
All right. Would that be what, an intuition check for using my oracle skill?
I think so. Yes. Does the oracle have?
So it's the one that's in
trade
italics for like my career skill. If that makes sense. You know how they like mark a certain skill as for your like earning skill.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that being said, I do not have any talents yet that would help with that.
Yeah, you can do roll me intuition. Intuition is fine.
Will it just be challenging?
Challenging, yeah. Or I'd say, as you have been gifted. Oh, you're already world. But I would say, as you have been gifted a spyglass, you could get like average, so plus 20 to it.
Okay.
Still a fail, but
Yeah. I will use my one reroll on that.
go for it.
I want to be good at my job.
No.
Yeah.
There we go.
Really good.
Hey.
What do you wish to know from the night sky?
He's still a little perturbed about the fact that at the very beginning of this voyage, things are already not going according to plan, which bothers him immensely, though he's doing his best not to show it. So he's basically looking to, his main focus is he's trying to look for any unforeseen challenges that may arise. Or if there will be any more, I should say.
For sure. You...
And make sure to make it super vague.
for sure. As you're looking at the night sky, you see that the stars, because of where you are, a lot of the night sky is visibly different. The celestial bodies move in different ways, and as an oracle, you can see much that others can't see. There are a lot of hidden stars hidden in the luminosity of others. There's like almost like a second sky you can feel, and it's not only viewing but also feeling. And as you try to like look at the night sky, you see there's two things that kind of catch your attention. You see something hidden. So you see almost like a star you're looking passes on the back of like a planetary, like one of the planets or something, and then comes back. And as it is back, it changes from a greenish color to a red. And you also see from one of the celestial bodies, you see a star, a very shiny star that is hidden by a planet that comes from down to up. And as the planet goes, like passes in front of the star, as it goes away, the star goes out. It doesn't appear anymore. Whatever light there was dies.
He's going to let out a nervous and not thrilled hiss that almost like he almost formulates it into a word, but doesn't. But he's definitely grips his quarterstaff quite a bit tighter than he was already.
But one thing that you do notice as a final portent of the future, you do see around a greenish star, a green and purple star, you see a belt of 4 shiny stars.
Duly noted.
You see this kind of like this, almost like a halo around this very big shiny star.
Tahataka, are you okay?
He will kind of snap out of his reverie and relax his grip on his quarterstaff, and he's going to sort of lay it he's going to sit cross-legged on the ground and sort of lay it across his lap, and kind of out of a more of a nervous tick than anything, trace the gold lines embedded in it and say, "Stars are concerning."
It's just the Limner's line, and he points out at the star sign.
No, at the ox.
I'll sit next to him. Clap.
Egon looks slightly nervous when she does that.
Must be ready for flaws.
Well, every plan has hiccups, right?
He looks he looks at her and then looks down, and like his crest like almost deflates a bit and turns to a almost bluish color, very very of a deep purple, and he lets out essentially a sigh of Atta Axe. Yes. Great plan. Hiccup.
Well, the sun will be up in a couple hours, and then you can see everything right.
He's gonna look over at Berard and say gently enough, stars harder to see with Sotek.
I don't see any problems if the sun's there.
You're trying.
He pauses for a really long moment trying to like calculate this tidbit of information and says oh gosh, I'm drawing a blank on some. He says Honchi teach predator there even if not see.
Oh, right, my dad talked about beastmen in the Drakwold. They're everywhere, you know, but they aren't really a problem because if you go move about where you can't see them, and you don't find any of them, then it's like they're not even there.
He will pause long enough to simply say, "Father sound bad scout."
I think that's a compliment.
I will nod in appreciation.
I think he called you stupid.
Oh, you're sure? He didn't say it. I think you're assuming things.
Drug.
He will...
Everything he's...
Just because he's talking, Tehataka looks at Egon and quirks his head and will point at him and say, "Who sholang zankas?"
I'm sorry, I don't speak Bretonian.
He will quirk his head and say, "What? Breton?" Tehataka not know Breton.
Well, they're really ugly, kind of like me, and they also speak some gibberish, kind of like you.
No,
so I guess we have that in common.
They had horses and knights in shiny armor.
It's Jankas tell Tehataka speak Saurian.
Saurian? Oh, don't be sorry. You're doing good.
Cho.
Yeah, your Reichsspiel is, it's getting there. It's got a lot of slang in it, but, could be worse for a twin tail.
He will look at his own tail at the mention of it, and simply shake his head and ruminate further on what he saw in the stars.
Speaking of, Sister Aisling.
Yes. I'll stand up.
There wouldn't be any significance between, the twin-tailed comet and his tail, right?
Yeah, I think that would have to be a human, but no,
Sure, humans aren't supposed to have tails, even if they are twinned. Sigmar wouldn't stand for it.
Well, yes, I fully agree, but I am not sure. I would have to consult other priests about this.
Well, I don't like it.
I do have a theory, though.
Oh?
Well, whatever it was, we were sent here, and he is our guide. Perhaps this is an awkward way of telling us that we need to work together.
Sigmar did stand for unity and all that, but really? Through gestures at the twin tail?
He used a comet. He wasn't very subtle on his, signs.
Yeah, his hammer is also very big. You know what? If this is a sign from Sigmar, fine. I'll take it. I've seen stranger things.
Really?
Actually, that is yes. You auto succeed on an intuition test and know that Egon is absolutely full of crap. He has never seen anything this weird. He's just trying to, sound nonchalant about it. So yes, can we get back down onto deck? It's freezing out here.
Yes, I too am cold.
Tehatika will stand up and say, Tehatika desire chili.
Chili?
Don't know if the cook
Looks-
makes
looks-
chili.
Looks around. I can ask the. Has she awoken? Egon asks with some concern in his voice whether the chef has regained consciousness or not. Is there any deckhand nearby that he can ask?
As you're saying that, she does start climbing the stairs. And is saying like chili. She's, oh, dearie. I do know
You
some
know-
foreign food. I could make it for you. But I'm a little dizzy. I had a horrible nightmare. And she looks at the. She looks
Oh,
at
no.
Tehatika again, just and falls down the stairs again.
Egon attempts maybe in vain to try and catch her before she falls.
And if you guys don't
Nor-
mind, I think we can, as you're trying to catch her, we can end the scene there.
Yes.
Tommy's
good.
work is never done.
Forgot the name of Warhammer Fantasy Spain. Is it? It's
Estalia.
Estalia. Yeah.
Estalia, right? I had Telia in my mind. I was like, what is the name?
Close enough.
You. that was an amazing scene, by the way. Good job. As you guys kind of go to sleep, Tehatika, you do find yourself a place on the ever roaring fire of the kitchen, despite protestations from the cook, as she does still seem to be very traumatized by your presence. But you see, there's a place on the kitchen where you can kind of establish yourself, and it's always hot because of it's always warm, at least because of the fires of the kitchen.
Wonderful.
So
Oh
you
my
find
God.
yourself a little warm place for you during the night.
He's the ship's cat now. He sleeps next to the stove.
Essentially, yeah.
You just wait till I start catching. Wait till I start catching rats.
The only thing is that different from a ship's cat. The cook does hate him. The cook is very traumatized every time she's like, and she sees the guy. But you find yourself a warm place, and
I get to pet a lizard. I am happy.
you start getting to the part of the coast where you finally see the Sea of Claws itself. With the exception of Tehatika, because Lizardman. Have any of you ever seen the Sea of Claws?
Yes.
You
Wait,
have-
in character or out of
your
character?
characters have your characters seen the Sea of Claws?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so none of you.
No.
The sea is, I think for many of you, the sea is a very impressive view because it's one of those first parts of most of it is not land. And you guys are all full adults as you arrive in this in this place during your travel, and you start smelling the true the river was salty because of the properties of the lake around Salzenmund. But on the Sea of Claws, you'll feel the true feeling of saltiness, the smell of the sea. The freezing cold. It is winter as you arrive. This is a part of this is a part of the sea that doesn't freeze over, but it is very, very, very cold. And you start seeing a lot of the ships coming and going from the coast of the Sea of Claws, where you make your only stop. There's a signaling for each ship to very quickly pass through the docks. You see, as you pass through, you see this beautiful temple, a gigantic building of stone with the symbol of Manan on front of it. And you all see that despite talking about it and being like, oh, the priest, like sailor priests and such, they have never been on the ship. And you'll notice why. This is where you pick them up. You see this like gigantic temple where you see 5 well-dressed individuals with this like long cloak, the symbol of Manan, each of them carrying a trident and a small satchel of belongings. Each of the ships, they don't really stop because it's a bit of a turbulent place, so they don't stop. They just slow down quickly enough that the sailor priests, which are very skilled at this, they just jump into the boat. They're caught by the crews. There are some boxes, but some crates of belongings and supplies, which one of them, as they are thrown over, one of them opens up, and you see it like scatters candles, fish bones, like old pearls and oysters and things like that. And you see it is almost like a box of crates and crates of offerings to Manan that they're carrying with them. The biggest one, like a giant individual. Let me find this image. I didn't put it in Foundry. Anyway, you see that the guy who's leading them is a wave lord, one of the highest possible positions to be in the Church of Manan. He has this gigantic cloak all made of like seal skin, but like a very puffy on the inside, and he has a gigantic white beard, short hair, like a very large hat, like a bluish hat with like what seems to be like a dead eel hovering in front of his face. He hops onto the main ship, and you see as he hops on, a wave crashes into the coast, and he just hops on the hops on the deck, on the wave itself, and then on the ship. I was almost like water walking on this, like making the wave a little bit of a step to carry him to the ship.
Ulrich's teeth. Did you see that? You're muted.
There we go. I think that's called showboating.
Yeah, tell me about it.
She sits there with a big grin on her face for her pun.
Kai is hiding inside with the warm fire, at least until we get out of the worst of the sea spray.
Make me a challenging charm roll.
Who?
Uh-oh, she's gonna kick me out.
Tehetakai.
I am not good at this. Good luck, Skink. Oh no.
Yeah. You see that as you're there, and you see that chef kind of like sees you shivering. She kind of like sniffles and just leaves you there, and as you see the fire dying down a little, it's not as warm as it could be.
Tehetakai will look for things to burn.
Yeah. No need to roll, but it's just like it was mostly like if the chef was going to take care of you as the
Okay, good.
but like you can easily find some like old lumber so you can kind of feed the fire.
He will toss in probably too many logs.
The chefs come back, so there's like a lumbering fire. It's like, whoa, no.
It's so comfy.
And you see that as they're talking, they say that the man that like hopped on a wave is a wave lord called Otto Cider. Apple cider,
got it.
Apple cider, exactly. That is what I said. It is canon.
No, it's Apal cider.
Apal.
This campaign
Anyway.
was a mistake.
It was. I am going to perish. This will be the end of me.
I hope you're ready for my puns, by the way.
It's only gonna get worse, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I'm counting on that. And most of you, except for Tehetakai, are on the kind of like on the deck of the ship. As you see, one of the priests who is better armored. He has like a almost like a bucket helm with also an eel on it, a shield with some bandages and another bigger eel, a sword, and like a trident on his back, some supplies, almost like carrying too much stuff. As he like and then jumps, almost fails the jump as he like steps on the railing and slides backwards. But luckily he's able to catch himself and kind of like fall on the ship.
Please be careful.
And he kind of gives you a smile underneath like a black beard and says, "Well, with the waves of Manan under my feet, I can never be wrong." And then she slips again and falls.
Yes, and Shalia tells us all to practice safety first. Watch where you step. The deck is slippery. And I'll help him up.
You help him up and he gives, "Oh, sorry. I will be your navigator for the duration of the journey. I am Lutvin Schlame."
Yeah. Ashling.
Egon just makes the three-fingered sign of Manan as a form of greeting.
He reciprocates the gesture.
Oh, I'm Barard, and over there is where the captain is, Emmerich. She knows what's going on, so you don't need to bother her.
Oh, incredible.
And there's the lizard.
Sorry?
Gives a quick elbow jab into the good sister. Ixnay on the Izzard A.
Oh. We don't have a lizard.
That is very suspicious, but I will believe you. As he says, "Well, I will go find my quarters." And as he kind of like waves around, and again, as he is climbing down the stairs, he slips again on the water and tumbles down the stairs.
But I'm just gonna like follow him, just like trying to help him.
He's like, as he sees, he's dressed for war. He has like a chest plate, this like metal helmet and such. He has the over preparedness of a teenager almost. He's almost like too excited, and they said that it was dangerous, so he brought as much stuff as he could. So you see that as they're throwing the crates, they're throwing like a lot of crates into it, and you see like he carried triple the amount of offerings that any other priest. And you see he's wearing greaves in like seawater, so they're already kind of like a little bit rusted. And as they are metal boots, they essentially just increase the amount of like slipping he does as he's going down. And as he settles down and starts guiding, he puts on some like normal clothes afterwards. Starts kind of guiding the ship, doing some offerings, helping keep Manan at bay during your travel, just to make your travel be a little bit safer. Although he goes through the motions, you see that probably the other priests are more proficient. Again, you guys are the last boat, so you don't get the nice stuff. You get the very teenager priest. But you finally arrive at the Sea of Claws, and you start making your way through the Sea of Claws on the like very close to the border, to the coast of the Empire.
Big wizards here.
The ruling for it. Sorry?
Don't mind me, just making terrible jokes. Continue.
Okay. The ruling for seasickness does say that it is once per day. However, the trip is going to take like a while. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to separate your journey in 5 stages. So, per the rules of expeditions on the Lustria book. So each of the stage is going to be a seasickness roll. If any of you crit the person does not need to do any rolls on the rest of this journey. Mostly because like you're not even talking about like only river, you're talking about high sea, like storms, gigantic waves. So the seasickness is going to be something you're going to be battling against like the whole journey, except if you really get a hang of it, which is going to be a 1 to a 5. So what I want you to do is make me a quick roll for seasickness. It's going to be a -10 endurance test, please.
Oh, jeez. Old ones be with me.
You guys are not in rough.
Oh, jeez. Oh, no.
You guys are not in rough weather, so
Rip.
it's only -10.
You know what? You know what? Let's throw a fortune point at that. Nope, did not help at all.
I like how everyone just failed.
I'll throw a roll into it. A
Hey.
fortune point.
Barrett succeeded.
Yay! I succeed.
Awesome.
I failed by a billion.
Yeah, unfortunately, none of you succeeded. But
Nuh-uh, 2 of us did.
Wait. Yeah, half.
sorry, 2 of you succeeded. I meant to say 2, and then I said none. I don't know. My
Well,
brain. Is...
But none did succeed.
None did succeed. Hate you.
Boo.
Let me just look up the.
Boo.
How do I change my dice color?
If you go to the gear at the top right, game settings, under
Yeah.
configure settings, there is a module called Dice So Nice. Under it, you click 3D dice settings, and you can change your dice.
Yes.
Ooh. Oh, these are fancy.
Very pretty. So yeah, as you guys are traveling, Berard and Ashling, you guys can kind of pick up the pace. It's very hard to move around the boat. This is the first time you have ever felt this like feeling of weight loss and also weight increase as the ship kind of like goes up and down the sea itself. This part is like halfway through the Sea of Claws, but it is like you start feeling very, very dizzy and very, very sick. The stomach, as you start going around.
Bleh.
Ataksha.
Yeah, Tentakai, you were not warned of this. This is the first experience you have in like sea, or mostly river. Also, it's like
It is bad.
the feeling of being in the water. It's bad. It sucks. It fully sucks. Just grabbing the.
He's just clutching onto the boards as close as he can to the fire without getting burned.
Yeah, you're so bad that you don't even notice the chef kind of like laughing at you. Little rats is. Let me check the. Can't find the symptoms for you guys.
One moment.
I don't remember where they are in Foundry. No, I
They
know
are-
they are in the book, but they are not in Foundry.
They are in it's malaise and nausea for seasickness. Meaning we have fatigue, and if we do anything like physical, we have to roll or start vomiting or dry heaving.
Which
We
of
can go to
these?
effects and
Yeah, which symbol represents fatigue? Is it the guy with his eyes closed?
is that a...
Yeah, that's what I'm checking because.
Yeah, that is fatigued. Yeah.
Okay,
All right, I have 1 fatigue.
same here.
I think symptoms are one of the things that are built into the core system, so they don't have like an item that you can drag and drop.
That
You have to
kinda
put them in a
sucks.
disease for it to give the effect.
Yeah, sadly,
That's-
that disease isn't here yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I can make it real fast. Continue.
Okay. Yeah, all of you start feeling like Hetakai and Egon, you guys really feel sick, as this is not something you were prepared to, and you guys find it really hard to actually do things during the travel. Most of the time, you guys are like clutching yourselves, like clutching the side, trying to stay on the hammocks or whatever place you're sleeping, and really having a hard time, having a horrible time. In regards to that, on this stage of the journey where you're going, what do you guys need to be doing? What do you want to do on the trip? This stage symbolizes around like 10 days, by the way.
Well, Egon wants to see if he can get a card table going, mostly when off duty. With the other sailors and anyone else who wants to join in.
Okay. Make me a charm roll. It's gonna be a average charm roll because you do have the card of you have a card index, deck of cards.
That's an impressive success.
Awesome. You very quickly get you even get some of the officers to join you, honestly. The new priest, which is the navigator, you get the helmsman, which is a dwarf called Dagobert. You get the halfling, which is a lookout called Miso. You get the other dwarf, which is the gunner, the like eye-patched Zugri. And a lot of the deckhands, you really start getting like a couple of rounds. It's hard for you because a lot of the times you have to you play one hand and then you have to excuse yourself and go puke, like dry heat on the side, and then afterwards you come back. But like you see that a lot of people like really enjoying the fact that someone actually did this.
I bring a bucket with me to shorten the trips.
Yeah, very much appreciated. But people are like, just puke. Just don't. Tetakai, do you wish to be doing something during your travels?
He mostly focuses on trying to pass the time by sunbathing when the sun is out, because absorbing the rays of Sotek is a sacred activity. And when not doing that, at night he does his best to study the stars despite the horrible seasickness, and kind of vaguely, even though he doesn't know really where they are, he keeps hoping for the day that he'll finally look up and see stars far more familiar to him than the ones that he's only slowly started to learn.
Yeah, a lot of the times you're like trying to get a grasp of it, and it's like, oh, the stars, they're moving. Everything is, and like, as much as a lizardman can dry heave, which is a question for those zoologists out there, yeah, you don't, your body doesn't feel nice.
So lizards can't puke, and they just die if they have to.
Well,
Oof.
I'm not.
Well, good thing I'm a lizard man.
Yeah.
The
I'm a lizard
Again,
man.
whatever eldritch form does the skink puking takes, but it does happen.
I mean, look, it's a flaw in the old one's design. Let's just be clear.
It's literally just like it's that scene from How to Train Your Dragon whenever he like regurgitates the fish, the same disgusting sound and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can do that,
for
but
sure.
if they need to throw up, it's like impossible for them.
Yeah, I was gonna say I do agree with the chat. It was like I do believe it would sound like a cat dry heaving. Also, it's like
I'm pretty sure that's what they based the sound on in the movie as well. So yeah, that's very likely.
Yeah,
I think that
we've
How to Train Your Dragon, a lot of the movements from the dragon was like a cat, right? Because they
they were just cats.
Cats were the main inspiration.
Yeah, it fits. Having 5
So can we
cats.
talk about how great of a trilogy, like 4 movies, that series was?
is
We
great.
don't.
It's great.
Yeah.
But we
only
need to
get
move
to
on,
say it's
otherwise
great.
we'll be here forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, continue.
You guys go through the yeah, honestly, like a lot of it is very unfamiliar to you, but you are getting a grasp of these stars. Like you're trying to. It's hard for you, so I'm not even gonna make you roll because it's gonna be borderline impossible. But you start getting a hang of like what's different, and an understanding of how beautiful it even is, like this different size of the Great One's design that probably no lizardman has seen in however many centuries or thousands of years. And there is, I think, especially because at night, we are during winter at this point, you start also seeing like the phantasmagorical lights in the north. They're not as potent as they would be in some places, but you do see this kind of like aurora borealis, like green and blue and purple lights.
He scowls at these obvious signifiers of chaos's corruption of the perfect night sky.
Yeah, that is an interpretation for sure.
That being said, during the day, he will be like quite mesmerized by the goings on of the humans, of the Warm Bloods, like how they keep the ship functioning, the games they're playing with Egon, stuff like that. He doesn't understand it, but he keeps an eye on all of it.
For sure.
You've got these tiny wafer tablets that he keeps moving in his hands. It's great, mesmerizing almost.
Why don't they simply eat the wafers when they have more of them than the others?
Ha.
A question for the ages.
Indeed. I do wish... Can I make a bet and see if I can earn just a smidge of money? Only one roll, only one bet.
Yeah, you can make like an income, almost as if this was an income endeavor.
Oh, sweet!
But you can use gambling if you want.
All right, I will.
Because they're not going to be smuggling. You're going to be.
Well, now, all right. So gamble. It is challenging since it is opposed, right? Right?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, look at that!
Good roll. Good roll.
Oh no!
Well, it's an opposed, so it doesn't. So, you know,
it is opposed. However, I forgot that I had the fatigue. I thought I would have gotten.
We'll just boost it with your fortune.
Yeah, hold on. Boom. All right, one plus level, and that means since it is technically a success, I'm going to activate Card Sharp and use 7 success levels. Boom.
Oh, damn!
Let me double check. Yes, haha. When successfully use gamble or sleight of hand,
clever little shit.
You can use either the rolled SL or the number rolled on the unit's die. Yeah, a successful roll of 27 is 7 success levels. Badoom.
Amazing.
All right.
None of them do have Card Sharp, so I will do a little bit of a gambling roll here. What is the attribute for gambling?
It is intelligence, I believe. Let me see. Yes, it is intelligence.
Oh, one of them does have gambling.
When you do your next hand, I want in.
All right.
Okay, yeah, so that's gonna be plus 8 successes. So that it's contested, so -1 plus 7 plus 8.
You know what? Actually, extra plus because Card Sharp gives you +1 success level on a successful test. Hey! Oh man, being able to cheat at cards is great. All right, so I just roll an income thingy, which my status is silver 1, so it's just D10 silver for the entire thing. Boop! Hey! Ranald be praised.
There you go. Nice. There's the money.
You start sweeping the board.
Indeed.
And honestly, I will say, as you have achieved like these 2 different levels of like success, like a very high success in this, people start really not wanting to play with you. It is going to be a little bit harder to do this test before.
That's fine.
They're like, we should play with the lizard.
Yeah,
Indeed.
the lizard loses.
Indeed. Egon does in fact pull back on his winning since he won so hard, but he is more happy to just act as a dealer.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright,
But yeah, you're getting 10 shillings.
Sweet. Oh wow, I've got a gold crown worth of silver shillings and a bit more.
Would you look at that?
Rolling in that dosh.
Yeah, for sure. So Berard, what are we going to be? What do you plan on doing during the travels?
Berard will spend some time examining this lizard creature and its habits, which mainly appear to be sitting out in the sun.
Make a perception roll.
When he's sunbathed though, he isn't like sitting, like he full stretches out, like full like underbelly to the sky, catch as many rays as possible.
Oh, so he
Especially
sleeps like our cat.
Well, yeah. But listen, it's cold out here. Chotek's blessings are few and far between and are needed more than ever.
Challenging?
Chotek, it's cold outside.
Challenging perception test or average?
I'm going to say, I'm actually going to ask this to you. Would Tehetakai be hiding something of its, would it be secreting away for doing like personal lizardman things, or would he be just doing them in public?
I don't think he would be interested in hiding anything or consider it like a necessary thing to take, because nothing he's doing he would consider like information that needs to be protected from the humans, and he kind of considers them like almost as employees, like part of the task. So he kind of ignores them for the most part, unless he's interested in what they're doing or is being directly addressed.
Gotcha. So make it average then, Berard. Because my question was going to be if this is going to be like a simple test, or if it's going to be like a opposed between stealth and such.
I'm going to use a fortune point to reroll.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Life is too short not to reroll.
Hey. Maybe.
Hey. Yeah, you start getting a little bit of like something you do realize that I would say with this, especially with the just because of like the sheer lack of knowledge that people have in general, you do start realizing that this creature does not work in the same biology that you do. Sheerly like the amount of like the difference between warm bloods and cold bloods start getting into your head, I would say. Oh, like, oh, this is not a creature that can regulate itself. It needs to sunbathe. It needs to stay by the fire. It is a creature that is very much not born in this environment of like this very cold environment.
So I can start associating the lizard man with knowledge I have from lizards from lore beasts.
Yeah, you can kind of like start scratching that in your mind of like, oh, lizard. Oh, it truly is. It's not our association. It is a biological association. I would say that's something you can start making. Yeah. Because
that's quite interesting.
It is hard to believe that usually like lizards, which are not very smart or tall or big, could become creatures such as a skink. You know. So I would say it's a very understandable approach of like, oh, that's what's happening. It doesn't regulate its own temperature, because you are a tracker. You are someone that understands creatures and beasts. And you start noticing like, oh, this is a creature that works in this way instead of that way.
Yep, but other than examining Kai, Berard would be trying to talk with Lutwin about all the sea beasties that might be showing up that all the crew don't seem to understand what they could be, because there's like pirate, shark, lizard, dead things roaming around in great ships.
Yeah, Lutwin is a very superstitious? Superstitious, yes, thank you. Fellow. So as he's talking to you, you see that he has a great reverence, as well as being like deeply afraid. Make me a I'll say make me a charm roll, so average charm roll.
There's charm.
As you're talking to him, you catch him like in a moment that's like later at night. He's sharing with you a little bit of alcohol. He has some like almost like an olden whiskey. That is more. I say whiskey, but it's more to like a moonshine than a whiskey. And as he like shares a little bit of it with you, start talking about it. He tells you of like great dangers of the sea. A lot of what he says is like basic. It's the same thing as like when you advise people into going into the forest. You don't advise people of like necessarily griffins or manticores or things like that, like gigantic creatures. You advise them of like being lost or hungry. These more basic dangers of being on the outside, on being on the open area where civilization is no longer, so a lot of it, he talks a lot about like scurvy. He talks a lot about like madness, loneliness, hunger, thirst. But he also starts talking about some things after a couple of cups. He's more deeply into the cups. He does start talking about some dangers that he does find more concerning for himself, because a lot of it is like, oh, those dangers I understand, they existed, they're ever there, they can always happen even if I'm prepared, but I know they exist. Though these are supernatural things, these are things that I have never seen, but they are part of the lore of Manan. And he speaks of the Great One. You see, you guys are kind of like on the deck sharing a drink, and he says, well, the only thing that truly scares me is the Great One. I have heard a lot of tales of it from different people, and he always changes sizes, but it's a very perpetual threat, especially to us as lovers of Manan.
Was this like a really big fish? There was an old snapjaw near this lake Madai used to go to. Lots of people said they caught him, but he always got away, and bit of their boat got nabbed in the end. That kind of thing.
He, you see that he kind of like shakes a little bit of his head, but he says like, yes, a lot of it is that. But also, have you heard of Stromfels?
No, can't say the name rings a bell.
He,
He's a really bad musician. Drops his lute all the time.
He shakes his head and smiles and says, no. He is an older being. Some would even say that it's an older god.
Like them little shrines you find out in the middle of nowhere.
I would say that if you ever find a shrine that one identifies as a shrine of Stormfells, you should run. Stormfells is not a being of worship in the way that Manan or Tal or even Sigmar is. It is a more primal. I will pose you this question. Have you encountered like wolves or bears during your travel?
You get them all over the places in the woods.
Have you ever been chased by one or like fought one?
Well, no. I've seen tracks of them though.
Have you seen the remains of their victims?
Yeah, they usually go for the liver, the inner bits.
would you say, as a man of the woods, that these creatures are evil?
No, they just eat.
But they're
But
not
if it's a
good either.
beastman with a wolf head, then he's evil.
Yes, we will exclude from this conversation the existence of mutants and chaos. There are beings in the outer wilds that are not possessing of personality or anything higher. They are beasts, but they are so old and so big and so powerful that they cannot be ignored, and therefore we call them gods. I would say, depending on how you interpret, creatures like some gods can be interpreted like that. We know that Manan is a very capricious and uncaring god, not because of an evil thing, but because the waters move. They move in a different way that we cannot interpret, and they need to be appeased frequently. Otherwise, terrible waves will commit to us. But if you get in the good graces of Manan, they will protect you. It is an uncaring god, but not an unprotective one. Stromfels is different. It is a primal thing. It is evil. As much as a beast can be evil, but it is not because it's not evil that it's just not dangerous. That is what we call the Great One, or the Wrecker. He has many names. That is scary because, according to our legends, it is a creature that does not have a stomach, but a void. It is a creature for whom no gods will be able to return our souls. Manan will not catch our souls from the waters and bring it back to life in the form of the beautiful creatures that there live. There is no continuation. It is the pure night, it is the void, it is the empty. Whatever gets eaten by the Great One is forgotten. It is even said that no one knows who has ever been a victim of the Great One, because their memories are wiped from the minds of those who have witnessed or remember their names.
Rod's gonna take a look at this moonshine he's been occasionally drinking. And back at Lutwin. Face screwed up in perplexity as he tries to hold back the tears from the strength of this drink. So, you're saying that everything and everyone he eats is forgotten?
And he
How
takes...
do we know that he's eaten anything?
Well, that's a good question. But
Berard will tap his head.
he kind of says like, but he is in books. He's said to be an enemy. He has. There are illustrations of Stromfels, and we are told about them and their followers. So we can presume, being a gigantic creature, an eater, a wrecker, a lord of predators, that it does eat. Although we have never seen... Let me put it this way. If I see a bloodied wolf, do I need to see it eat to presume that it has eaten?
That's a conundrum there. Maybe it just bit and got the blood but didn't eat anything. But I get what you're saying. I think. How much of this stuff did you bring with you? He will say, filling up the thing again.
He does something that he has been doing the whole night. Like he grabs a cup, throws to the sea, and then grabs a full cup and drinks again. It's like, this is supposed to be just offerings, but I took a taste of the thing.
Berard will stop drinking and toss what he has to the sea.
So
Romeo,
make
keep
me
him
consume
drunk.
alcohol, bro. It is a powerful drink. You're like,
Rip.
yeah, you feel yourself like as you're there, you're kind of like chasing the wave, and as he says that, you do like you rise. You know when you have been drinking alcohol for a long time and then like sitting down, and then you rise, you're like the whole world spins, and you immediately puke, like everything goes out.
Vomiting, I try to stumble closer to. It's presumably we're near a railing where he can toss the offerings over.
Yeah, you can.
And I will turn to get the spigot to vomit to go overboard somewhat.
It fully like you explode the thing because it's fully like in a moonshine bottle, like a very like one of those kind of like very thick round bottles. It fully shatters like as you're taking it and kind of like throwing it overboard. It shatters on the rail and just like flies away. And you see that you see Ludwig kind of like just drunkenly does another offering, drinks the rest of his cup, and just like fully throws the cup on the sea. It's like, offering to Manan, guide us safely.
That sounds delightful. I thought I was doing well without all of the seasickness, but I think I'm getting the hang of that.
Yeah, honestly, thinking of like walking on this like wooden floor is much easier, and then he immediately slips and falls down.
Where'd you
just
go?
Bastard.
And kind of just raises a finger and says, "I'll sleep here."
Yeah, sure. You got thingy hammock down
Well,
below.
It's going to be as much as an offering as I've ever done. I'll sleep in Manan's brace.
Is that on the boat or in the water? That sounded euphemistic.
He's fully snoring.
Well, I will turn to a nearby deckhand on the night shift and be like, watch out, don't trip over him, it'd probably be bad. I don't know if Manan would be upset or not.
It's like, oh, no problem, and then immediately trips on the guy. Fuck. Let's go towards the Ashling. Ashling, what do you wish to be doing during this during the first leg of this journey?
So, as I'm wandering around the boat, I'm helping people get back up onto their feet. I'm helping anyone who scrapes themselves or hurts themselves. I'm carrying drunk people that I find in random places back to their beds. And I see the lizard laying down. So I walk over and lay with them. And I ask, what are we doing?
He startles a little bit, but resumes laying back down when he sees that it's you, and he says, taking on Sotek blessing. And he points at the sun.
It is nice and warm.
Yes, the Shah here in your lands is unpleasant.
Yes, it could be very cold. I assume your place is very warm.
Yes, very.
I look forward to it.
Uh,
And after about like 20 minutes, she'll like get up and be like, you keep enjoying yourself.
he does not make any obvious response.
Oh, and make sure you drink some more. I've seen you throw up a few times.
He will nod and say, he responds, Dehikwak.
She gives you finger guns and walks away.
He will actually roll onto his roll over and stand himself up and shakily on all fours maneuver himself to where he suspects he can find water.
Good. Okay. And then I will go and find. I will see that our good friend is playing cards. And I will be like, this game seems interesting.
Oh, it's nothing special, just some red emperors. Oh, excuse me. Bleh.
Ah, you're gonna need some water. How do you play said game?
Oh, it's quite simple. You get a you get a hand drawn for you, and you try to get the best set of cards to top everybody else. It's quite simple. I can show you. You can see that Egon is looking absolutely just drained from the voyage. He's not taking this trip well. But the cards the cards at least are distracting him, if nothing else.
Right. So after a little bit of you teaching her, let's oppose gambling.
All right. He throws in just pennies to as an ante.
Oh, she puts in 2.
All right. He matches, and off we go. All right. Challenging opposed. Oh, that is terribly bad. All right.
She's got you on the ropes.
I'll lose some brass pennies. All right.
Actually, you have 2 brass pennies.
I just scoot them back to him.
Oh, that's fine. You won, fair and square.
I shall treat it as an offering to the temple then.
Yeah, that's something like that.
Nice.
I'm sure I could use some beneficence from the goddess. Oh, merciful Shalia, help me.
Yes. Do you want me to carry you to lay down?
No, it's fine. I'm just gonna die over here, and he sort of lies down.
Wait, don't die!
Oh, I was kidding. It's fine. I'm not dying, I think.
She's like standing over you, just like checking you and everything. Are you okay? Here. And she'll put your arm around her and she'll carry you to your bed.
Yeah, you take him to his hammock, and he just
wait a
lies
second.
down.
I grab your cards too and give them back to you.
He pocket. Well, no, he puts the cards in his pouch, and goes to sleep, since he needs to wake up and get ready for his shift next morning. Good night.
After that, she goes and just helps the surgeon a little bit more, does some prayers with people, and that's pretty much it.
You make an effort to keep everyone as much as you can, but like keep everyone healthy, as healthy as you can.
After a bit, I'm just carrying around a case of water just to give people water.
Have you drank your water? It's like the night bot on the chat, but like just giving water for people. Hey, let's drink water. Yeah. So we go on to the second section of this journey. So for those that have succeeded the test, you can make the endurance test for seasickness with a +10. For those that failed, it's just a straight challenging roll.
Yep, here we go. Nuffle, guide my hand. Hey!
Damn you!
Look at that.
Wait, do I have to roll?
Yeah, you do. But you get a +10 because you succeeded last time.
Okay.
Hey, that's a crit.
Test.
For Susman.
Oh yeah, good job, Berard.
For
That
the
is a
Oh.
that is a failure because I didn't change it from challenging from average.
I
So
am
it should have been
considering
against 40.
I am considering a critical for the purposes of this if it is between 1 to 5.
Oh, right. It isn't doubles?
For the purposes of this, for this.
Oh,
specific
right. My bad.
one.
Sorry.
Well, okay, so I failed miserably again.
Hezekiah,
Wait,
Berard has
you.
failed.
Oh, wow.
Berard also.
Ashling also made. But yeah. Egon is finally able to get comfortable with all of the rocking back and forth.
You're able to
He's
not. You are really able to not get like fully sick in front of your crush. So yeah, that's always good. I think a lot of it is like just sheer determination.
Yeah. All right. So we're 1/5 of the way there.
2/5 technically. This is
2/5.
I separated the journey in like this is the second stage as your guys are like finishing the journey through the Sea of Claws and entering the ocean itself. So like you are beginning to get from the Sea of Claws, like the end of Sea of Claws. You have passed through like the section where you went for Marienburg, and now you're kind of like rounding the coast.
Oh, did we make does the ship make a stop in perchance?
No.
No, I wanted to buy stuff.
It was mentioned that the ship was not going to make any stops until it arrived. Not even the Order of the Triton, where they picked up the Sailor Priest. The Sailor Priest literally like jumped into the boat, so it didn't stop.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm sure all that silver will serve you well in uninhabited jungle.
Yeah. There's colonists there.
As you're kind of like rounding the Sea of Claws and beginning to enter like the sea itself, the ocean itself, all of you start hearing rumors that there was a stowaway in one of the other ships, one of the front ships, which is a ship full of soldiers and guards and things like that. They start talking like I feel the officers start talking, and then it kind of like the gossip spreads to the whole boat. Again, there's not a lot of people here, so the gossip really spreads out. They said that apparently one of the crates that was on one of the boats had a stowaway. Some kind of guy that tried sneaking and stealing food during the night. A lot of people are like kind of joking about it because like, man, he stowed away into like a guard ship, and which is like a very unfortunate, because if he had stowed away into any of the other 3 ships, he would be fine. But also because it was a voluntary mission, so why would you stow away in a voluntary mission? It's kind of just some kind of stupid.
You'd have to have some kind of lizard brain to do that.
Yeah, you would have to be like a very, very stupid man to make this decision. So the officers are kind of just joking about it. So I would like to ask again. I'll start with Berard on this. What are you doing this at the beginning of this like second tenure?
Berard's going to be trying to catch some of the rats. Presumably they exist, but he's never gotten any.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the rats have been very successful in evading your traps. You can do me either like ranged sling or an average set trap. The ranged sling is going to be contested by the rats.
Oh, that's... I'll do an average set trap.
I like that the chat is very, very concerned with the moniker of like a very intelligent rats. If you're
Oh.
feeling paranoid, chat. Good.
Close.
Close.
Close. No cigar.
Well, remember it's an imposed check.
You, as you're trying to like catch as many rats as you can. Just let me do a quick hidden roll here.
Secret.
They seem to be extremely proficient in whatever shenanigans you're doing. You start traps and then you see them like disassembled or like tuned through. So like they start eating your traps, which is very unprofessional of them, you know.
How dare!
You start really, how dare! Like you start really getting really annoyed at these very intelligent rats. But unfortunately, the only thing you have is a good sense that they're in the boat, because unmistakably these are signs of rats. You just haven't been able to catch one of them.
Maybe boat rats are different.
I would say Tehetakai. What are you doing in this part of your
Tehetakai
journey?
wants to spend his days and nights actually hunting the vermin as a distraction.
Go
So
for it.
like using stealth to wait for them to appear and then like lashing out at them with his dagger or staff to bop them real good.
Mhm. I'll say this: make me a challenging stealth roll, and if you pass, you can add a +20 to your ranged roll, which is gonna
Okay.
be like the
Yeah,
either
it's
range or
weird.
melee,
Whenever
it's
I
gonna be like
whenever I
pouncing.
pull up stealth, it really wants to give me +5 success levels.
Weird.
Oh, it's
Dunno.
because of arboreal. That's where it's coming from.
Oh, that's
So what
not
you can
supposed
do,
to be
so
happening.
that is,
of course.
if you
I
go
had no
to
idea.
if you go to effects on your character sheet, there's a tab with passive
Yeah,
effects.
I know how to
listed.
turn them off.
Okay,
Let's see.
yeah.
Where is it? Good to know that when I get into arboreal later, I can be apparently amazing. I didn't think arboreal did that.
I will.
It shouldn't. Not
Yeah, I was gonna
here.
say this is kind of wild.
It's for stealth and climbing. They don't have a way to like factor it in mechanically, so you have to disable and enable it yourself.
Okay.
Because like creatures that have arboreal are usually in an environment where they use arboreal. So
Hey.
Hey,
Nice.
very stealthy.
yeah, for sure.
Okay. And then use my melee basic. And you said what was the buff?
+20 to it, so average. And then,
Hey, success. Come here, you little shits.
you finally catch one of them. It's a very chubby rat. You're able to kind of like catch yourself, almost like a Spider-Man on one of the walls. It's like merge into the shadows, and then finally you jump one of them and like clock it, and you have this little, not little by the way. They said like whatever size they said rats were, it's double that. It's like a gigantic rat. It isn't a Skaven, but it is a gigantic rat.
All right. Tehataka will celebrate this by sitting very obviously out in the open, enjoying the sunlight and feasting on this creature that he has caught.
Everyone is horrified of this. And you can see the chef like, I tell you, we need to kill this creature. It is devilish. As you're like chomping down on this gigantic rat.
Nom nom nom.
All right, good job. You get a little pouch with 5 breast pennies.
Oh, he's not going to turn it in. He's just going to eat the whole thing.
Well, someone does see you having caught the rat.
I
And
just love
that's
someone
kinda
walks
like,
up and is like, here, I guess.
one of the guys is
Here,
like,
have
well,
some
like
useless money.
the
He
reward is
will,
not for like catching.
Yeah, he will nod at the 5 little shiny things and put them with the rest of his shiny things that people have given him.
Yeah.
Berard will stand in the background holding his broken trap, sad.
No.
That's almost like a final fuck you from the rats, you know.
It's a bit of a fuck you from me too, since I got stabbed by one of those traps.
Yeah. Also, yes. Yeah. So, I would say, yep. Egon. Now that you're
Yes?
not sick anymore, what you wish to be doing?
Oh, okay. So since things have seems to be turning up for old Egon, he is actually going to how do I phrase this? He is going to start like exchanging some of his money for like different quote unquote currencies that the crew has been using, and the most important thing that he wants to try and build up is a stash of tobacco in order to have that at the ready in case he needs to trade it in, because well, money can only go so far on such a long voyage. So I need to check. Oh damn it! The consumer's guide has pipe and tobacco. So I'm just gonna. How do I actually? You know what? I'll take a pipe as well, since I might as well smoke it if I need to. All right. So how much did that cost again? One moment. Damn it! I don't remember.
So if you go to
Control
edit any
F.
item
Ah.
that's a trap.
Oh, I found it. Yeah, I found it. 3 shillings. So 3 shillings, 4 pennies for pipe and tobacco. So I'm just gonna count this as me purchasing it so that it's easier. So pipe. There it is.
And I'll say, because you have the information, whenever you use this to bribe someone that would accept it, I'll give you a +20 to whatever roll you're going to be using.
Sweet. Alright, in that case,
I'd say like bribery or charm.
Alright, then I will pay the 3 pennies and the 4... No, sorry. 3 shillings, 4 pennies. Alright, done. So, that's effectively what I wanted to do. However, I also want to just do some general rumor mongering, because I'm curious if there's any more rumors going on about that stowaway that we heard about.
Okay. Yeah, make me a gossip roll.
All right. So is that average or no?
It's gonna be average. Yep. You were
Let's
among
see it.
sailors. Sailors do like some gossip.
A clean success.
So, as you're talking to people, what is the nature of the information you want to get? Or do you want to get rumors, or do you want to spread rumors?
No. I wanna see if I can pick up any rumor about that one stowaway, other than the stuff that like got spread like easily. Like, has there anyone that's been able to find out any like extra juicy details, or have they gotten a name or something? Just anything really, just information to use store away and use later.
Sure. You don't really get any information regarding who it is, because whoever this person is hasn't said its name. Or, to be fair, from what you heard, they didn't say anything. The stowaway has not manifested any willingness to talk or anything like that. They have been staying quiet
Okay, that's slightly worrisome.
And
Alright.
mostly a lot of the miners that are being taken in this expedition are on the other boat. They are not voluntary. They have been recruited from people that have been sentenced to years of mining for like major crimes. So basically,
Oh boy.
the understanding of them is like the understanding of the crew that when they found it is like, well, stowing away in this official manner is as bad as the crimes that these people were sentenced for. So whenever we get to the mines, whenever they get to the colony, he's just gonna be one of the miners. What he's gonna do is like he's gonna flee into the jungle. He's gonna die. So whatever punishment was going to be dealt, they just chose like, oh, forced labor. It already fits whatever adventure we're going, so they just left it at that.
Alrighty. That's about it. Alright, he'll pocket what little information and see if he can chat with any of the miners later once we get to wherever we're going.
Lastly, Aisling. What do you wish to be doing, Ashley?
So, this is going to come as a surprise to everyone, but I'm going to be helping people on the boat.
Oh, really? How are you going to be helping?
Well, chopping off limbs that are rotted. Jokes aside. I'm going to be going around the boat, making sure everyone is properly hydrated. Speaking of which, people in the chat, make sure you're properly hydrated.
There's gangrene in them limbs.
I am going to make sure that the party is healthy, properly fed, and I am going to do morning prayers every single day with everyone that's willing to learn. And I am going to look for a fishing pole.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you see one of the crew members has a fishing pole. You see them using you see the helmsman, which is a dwarven woman called Dagobert Reinhardt. It's one of the imperial dwarves. She's what they call huffer, which is basically the pilot. And you see that one of the days she's like on one of the balconies under the railings on the upper side of the ship, and she has a very long fishing pole with a very thick line that she's going to like throwing into the sea and seeing if she can catch anything.
I am going to stay with her and introduce myself.
Oh, hello there.
Greetings, my name is Ashlyn.
I have heard of you. You have told me to drink water at least 10 times today.
I hand her the case of water, like the keg of water that I'm carrying.
For fuck's
Drink.
sake. And yes, I will. Okay. She just takes a quick gulp of water.
Remember, when you puke or get any type of sickness, including diarrhea, you lose a lot of water.
You cutting me a shitter or something?
No, but a lot of people used to be full of it on this boat.
She stares at you for like a good 5 seconds. That's a good joke. Anyway, are you
what
just
are you trying to catch?
Oh, to be fair, I don't really know. I usually, I'm not very much a sea traveler as much as I am a river. I have traveled the Sea of Claws, but mostly river. So I was seeing if I could catch anything while the ship is in movement. I don't really know if it's gonna work, but...
Well, best of luck to you then. Don't catch anything scary.
As you say that, you do see the line kind of goes taut, and she gets pulled forward. It's like, oh, hold up, and she starts like pulling the line, kind of like twisting it. It's like, do you mind helping me a little bit? That is a rough
Yes, of course.
maybe
And she will assist.
Yeah, make me an athletics check. It's gonna be challenging.
Are you ready for this? That's a critical fail. I'm gonna spend a fate. How do I actually spend a fate?
It's
If you right
fortune.
click the roll in the chat, it'll bring up a drop down menu with options to re-roll or add +1.
What?
And it will subtract the fortune point from you.
It got worse, but it's not
Well,
a crit.
it's not a
so it
crit,
got better.
so.
You see that she, as you're trying to help, it's kind of awkward. She's a dwarf, and also like you don't really know how to pull.
It might be worth letting her know if you want. You could spend your 3 fortune points if you wanted to make it a success.
Yeah,
Nope.
you can keep rolling. We're gonna end the session soon, and it resets the beginning of the session. So,
No, I'm just gonna shout to somebody to come and help.
Fair enough.
and you see that she, as she's kind of pulling, you see as the,
You should let go of the line.
and she's like, no, I can do it. And you see that suddenly, as she's there, the line goes slack, and it immediately ruptures. And you see the fishing pole, it gets slack, and then fully breaks. And she's like, "Oh, goodness me."
Well, you're alive.
She doesn't react to you. She's looking at the water.
All right then.
Gerard gallantly
Looks
arrives
over.
to the shouts, screaming and calling for help.
Has the water always been this dark?
I'm gonna take a couple of steps back.
Wrong.
That.
She fully, like, her eyes widen, and she runs backwards. She grabs one of the big bells in the center of the ship and just starts shaking it. Look out! Look out! Divert course!
Well, that'll wake.
Starboard! Starboard!
That'll wake the head up.
You see, as all of you, as you're kind of like on the deck, you look behind, you look to the sea, to the waters, and you see this gigantic shape, dozens of meters across, just like down. It's so dark because of the water itself. You can't really see what it is, but it's just this giant shade.
It's a dwarf nautilus.
It passes through one of
only.
the ships, and then the other, and then the other, and then the other. And you hear some commotion right in the front of the first ship. You see a bunch of individuals as you're looking, kind of like over the commotion. You see a bunch of drawn swords, and you see the guy, like a guy, almost like a flagellant. He's like a madness, like a very wet head. He has a pistol, and he's holding what seems to be an officer of the other ship hostage. And you see some screams and some commotion as the Huffer, the like Dagobert, is like shaking the bell, but they don't seem to be listening.
Ding 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 ding.
You feel the wave as the wave hits right in the front of the ship and it kind of throws it back, and all of you are shaken quickly. Another one, and it shakes violently. The boat kind of like swirls to the side. The helmsman, which was with you, just releases the bell and just runs to the helm. And you see as the boat starts diverting into the sea, as these gigantic waves start forming. And you see it's like bubbles. 1, 2, 3, 4, quickening and shortening, waves shaking the ships out of the way. And you see as this like creature, this like guy who is on the front ship, he has like a hostage on him, like a pistol right to his temple, looks down, sees as this shape, this shadow is right below the ship, shifts the gun to his own head and pops. And as it explodes, this gigantic form of a shark jumps and fully gulps, closing its jaws on the full ship and just dragging it into the darkness. A wave showers all of the remaining ships, and all of them are kind of thrown into disarray, one to one side, one to the other, flying to the sides as one of the as you see your navigator Lutwin is like holding the helmet as he screams, "The Great One! Stormfels is upon us! To arms!" And then he kind of like looks around and says, "Or to death, I guess." And this is where we'll end today's session.
Woo!
Woo!
Yeah, Megalodon, yeah.
Yeah.
Yay! Megalodon!
Congrats to the people in chat that predicted Sea Monster.
I did.
Oh,
I nailed it.
wow, it was going to be a sea adventure. And
Oh,
that's
it
gonna be
was
sea
literally-
monster.
Ben,
Wow. I saw people saying like Black Ark, okay? You guys are
Holy crap! I
boring.
won 12.7k.
Yeah, only 2 people voted Sea Monster, and they're both players. of the
Nailed
campaign.
it! Nailed it!
Alright. I didn't see the prediction. I could have really gained some basic
That's not
points.
for you.
Everybody else.
Oh, come on, I have insider information, but I can
no,
still
no.
play.
No god cheating on the polls.
Again, a rigged gambling system on Twitch.
Awesome. Great,
Look,
great session. That was
look.
wonderful.
I have card sharp. I know how to cheat at gambling. Okay, it's fine.
I will say to every single prediction in chat, this is just the first session. We have a lot to
Indeed.
go.
Oh boy.
Thank you guys for joining us and thanking us for playing.
Yeah, it was
Amazing
great.
Session.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
ahead and end the stream here in a second, so we can just focus on wrapping up without having to deal with them. But thank you all so much for joining. Hope you had a really good time. I will upload this on the main YouTube channel probably today or tomorrow. Once I can get Skeleton to make sure the audio all sounds good, and we'll see you next Thursday.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Goodbye.
Sleep with the fishes.